Saturday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway will be a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we are doing right now is we will be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck in participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. But if you would like to see that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But first and foremost, how's everybody doing today? How are you feeling? There are no wrong answers. If you've been feeling like a little bit of a calmer energy entering the fold right now, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that, and I think calm is a wrong word. It's fortifying. It's stabilizing. The thing that I think that is really beautiful that's happened over the last few days, and I need to I want to just walk you through the astrology that we've been seeing, particularly as it relates to what we've been drawing in the cards. So about a couple of days ago, we had that very intense Sagittarius full moon. And we love the energy of a Sagittarius full moon because it's so long, and this is where it can be a little bit complicated because, and this is why I was saying that this particular full moon may be hitting individuals differently. Sagittarius is a very unabashed energy. It's about embracing the self holistically and completely. And on top of it, we were experiencing a Sagittarius full moon in Gemini, which has to do with the array. So this type of energy is absolutely beautiful in relationality to being able to embrace and love the self in all of its facets. And at almost the same exact time, we're right on the heels of that Sagittarian full moon energy, we had Jupiter and Mercury march into Cancer together. And a lot of this is a continuation on the conversation that we were having in relationality to authenticity. And interestingly, what was coming up in the cards had to do with the conversation between the internal self, like the higher self, and the egoic self. Now, I think it's really important that this comes up because there are those moments that we feel like the ego and the higher self potentially feel like they move counter oppositional, but it's not necessarily always the case. We talk a lot here about the fact that a spiritual healthy practice should not require one to abandon the egoic self entirely. And I feel like one of the beautiful things that we often experience when we enter Cancer season is these topics come up because we can learn a lot from the crab in relationality to how we may want to approach the ego. I wrote a whole article about this last year when we were experiencing Cancer season, and you can find it over on my Mystic Meditation articles. I definitely plan to kind of revisit and articulate more on this as we enter Cancer season. But there's something really important to recognize in relationality to that, because I want you to think about the shell of a crab. Where does a crab end and begin? Is the shell of a crab something that is not connected to the crab? Absolutely not. The crab needs the shell in order to be safe. But the material that the crab shell is composed of is very much the same material that is within the crab. The exoskeleton of the crab matches the internal self. It doesn't deviate. And this is often what we see when we recognize that a crab must molt or a crab must change its shell, right? It's the feeling that something gets too tight. So, what does the crab do in those moments? It moves into a place where it feels vulnerable. It allows for that place of transformation to occur. And we can think about our egos very similar to this. When we have a healthy ego, it is an ego that feels very similar to the shape of what we have within, right? It doesn't change all that much. It's a little bit less, it's a little, it has to have a little bit of that rigidness. It has to have a little bit more of that firmness. But once you move back behind it, what's outside is much the same as what's within, right? It is the composition of the unification. Now, when we are in experiences where we have those breakdowns, right? We have those moments where we start to feel like the unreality of the self comes in. What often happens in those moments? Um, we have those like egoic breakdowns where it often feel like what we're existing within does not match the internal self, right? It's that feeling of counter opposition. And the further that your egoic self is from your higher self, the more that you potentially feel this, right? It feels like a tug of war between the demands that happen externally versus the desires that we find internally. And what I thought was very interesting is we had a deep conversation that was coming through about the virtues yesterday in the cards, which is kind of a concept that we've forgotten in today's modern age, but is addressed very frequently in the tarot, which is talking about the architecture, right? The framework of a healthy spirituality that allows us to move in accordance with it. We just studied the final of the four in our recent tarot class, which you can find over on my Tarot Church website. We talk about justice, balance, wisdom. We also talk about strength, and we talk about temperance. And that ability, right? The ability to navigate, to move through an expansion point. It understands, right, that we don't need to be perfect. We need to understand ourselves, because when we understand ourselves, we're able to understand where we put the work. And at the same time, we can give others what they need to help us through our journeys. Now, this is having a huge impact right now, depending on where you find yourselves on the frequency cycles. And I feel like um, a lot of this work that we're seeing is leading us into Cancer season, because it is the strengthening of trust. It is the firming up of the energetic resolution as it relates to the feeling of that trust, and it is having a different impact. Now, for masculine and feminine energy that is in separation, we saw that a lot of those partnerships that are coming together right now are, I'm identifying them as magician partnerships. They're focusing a lot on the lessons that we find in the magician card, which is again moving towards a space of authenticity. And for a lot of these energies, that's difficult work. We even see that for some of those relationships, they're healing from situations or circumstances where they felt like they had to move away from a partnership that wasn't bringing them in closer view of themselves, but made them feel like they were losing themselves. Because we talked a lot about the fact through the Gemini cycle, we were talking about the fact that relationship in any context is about change. But when we're in healthy relationship, we change in positive ways. But when we feel like we're in negative relationships or relationships that move us away from ourselves, they can feel like distortions. They can feel like we're losing ourselves. So we see that a lot of that work, right? These are relationships that are coming together more slowly. They're taking their time. They're letting Saturn do the work, which makes a little sense with Saturn and Neptune also moving into Aries at about the same time as well. But allowing for time to make sure that the manifestation that is stated is the same that is embodied, because it's easy to say something, but to move in accordance to it, that's a different thing. And what we effectively see that's happening in a lot of these relationships is that validation point, seeing the embodiment of the manifestation, potentially even in the ability to help heal as they come into relationship, helping to dispel any negative thought forms that may have been carried over from unhealthy relationship spaces, those self-limiting beliefs, those doubts and fears, often even lies about ourselves that we have to embody to be able to perpetuate staying in an unhealthy space. This is a lot of the energy that's going through some deep clearing right now, but it's bittersweet, it's heavy, because even as they heal, they're understanding and recognizing what was wrong in the first place as it relates to experiences from the past. This brings us a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union. For a lot of that energy right now, I see that that is high priestess energy that's moving into strength. Very much the same work, because for a lot of the energy, you'll remember these are chariot partnerships that were forming from about a time Mars went direct up until the fact that when Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune a few weeks ago. For the prioritization point of these relationships, it's stability in all things. It allows one to go into the inner sanctum of the self and the ability to work through the fact that the same thing that they had to learn to come into partnership, the ability to be strong, building that shell, is now something that they're working to change. This is why we often build into relationships where our partners are the exception to the rule, because when we feel safe in another person's embrace, it allows us to be able to do that heavy work of inner child healing. And often the only way we can do inner child healing is when we feel safe enough to do so. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now. For a lot of the energy within divine union, I just keep on seeing that that is justice energy moving into wheel of fortune, which is potentially a lot of manifestation goals that are changing, but they're not. And I need to stress this when I say that the manifestation goals are changing. One of the positive signs of a healthy manifestation is that you don't necessarily continue. You don't actually feel like you arrive to it. A healthy manifestation isn't gimme energy. It's the ability to see something that one couldn't see before. So what do we see that's happening for a lot of these energies deep within divine union? Moving closer towards a manifestation that opens one's eyes to the possibility that's before them, right? It's the gift of the array. And so for a lot of the energy doing that work, that adaptation point, understanding and recognizing a manifestation goal that matures at the same rate as the energy within the relationship, this is feeling like a celebration, because that is the moment that, again, we understand that just as we grow, so too do our dreams grow. And so we see that a lot of that energy may be in a space where they're making those accommodations on the manifestation to adjust for who they've become on the journey of being together. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's Daily Collective read. But make sure that you head over to the comments and let me know how you're navigating this energy. If you would like to see that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You'll also be the first person read for. The first person read for each day will always have an additional card in their reading. So if you get on the list, that'll also be an extra perk for you right now. As I mentioned, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio, we do angelic guidance readings here, highest priority messages from spirit, life path readings, pet readings, mediumship readings, animal spirit guide readings. You can find the full list over on my tree that has Binks in it. Gia, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Grand Rising, Little Vamp, so good to see you today. Hi there, Dawn. Welcome, Steve. And thank you so much for those gifts. B Finex, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew as well. Hi there, Bernsey. How are you doing? Grand Rising. Before you even ask, I'm a 4 over here. Well, let's hopefully see if we get that up today. Little Vamp. And Tay, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. An 8.3 to an 8.8. That's very specific, Jess. Alice, all over and overwhelmed, underwhelmed at the same time. Okay, that's all right. Very dialed in numbers. I know, right? I was thinking the same thing. The numbers are very dialed in. Grand Rising, Estevan, good to see you. You didn't sleep a wink last night. Yeah, the thing is, I gotta tell you, from a sleep perspective, perspective right now, Bernsey, this energy is kind of like garbage. Um, we've got a bunch of planets in Aries, which means it's hard to stay down. Um, it's going to help. I think it's going to help get now that we've got Mercury and Jupiter in Cancer, but we've also got Uranus transiting into Gemini, which could potentially, Uranus in Gemini. I'm like, it's it's gonna potentially create um like a lot of frustration as it relates to racing thoughts or annoyances that feel like they're compounding. So make sure make sure that you're giving yourself the ability to prioritize rest right now. Make sure that you're hydrating too, because when we have a lot of planets in Aries, it can be a little drying. Hi there, Queenie. So good to see you, and thank you guys for recharging your heart needs. Remember, you have to recharge them daily if you'd like to have an animal spirit guide card when we do the one cards. Mamita, thank you for the follow. And Jess, thank you so much for getting on the list. You'll be the first person read for, if I can find my pen. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. And Jess, you will also have an additional card in your reading as the first person on the list. Little Vamp, I'm really annoyed with someone and want to lash out, but I also don't have the energy anymore for it. I get it, Little Vamp. And I'm going to remind you of the same things that we need to remember as we're navigating Gemini energy, which is make sure that you're moving towards a manifestation goal. It's okay to communicate your feelings, but make sure that you're doing so in a way that feels productive. Like I keep on hearing solution focused, not problem oriented, but sending you support on that journey. Adam, thank you for those heart me's. And thank you as well for those gifts, Little Vamp. Hi there, Autumn. Thank you as well. Gia, your subscription ending soon if you'd like to renew. And Kiruchin, thank you for the follow. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. A couple of updates before we do so. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody who attended our class this week, focused on the Temperance card. It was such a delight to be able to go over that card with you. If you missed that class, never fear, it is still available. You can find it over on you can find it over on my Substack. It is available to paid subscribers. If you'd like to become a subscriber, you'll have access to that class. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Devil card. If you would like to become a part of the tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you will also receive a complimentary. You also have full access to, you'll have a discount on the full year's worth of readings. You'll have access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive, which is access to over 14 hours worth of material 15 hours now in an ever expanding library. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be updated. You'll also receive my Mystic Meditation articles, which will give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically in article form. I wanted to let you guys know too, while we have a class that's about a month away, and while it's not necessary to be able to have to catch up for the classes, now is a great time to join, because if you join now and you become a founding member, you're going to have about 15 classes available to you. So you could probably do about like 4 classes a week if you wanted to. You basically be in tarot school. And so you basically have like almost a class every day. They're like 4 days a week, and you'd be able to catch up for our next class. Now, again, not necessary. I will be giving you guys updates, but if you wanted to do so, now is a really great time to join. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase them as a series package, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list is open. It's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do dream interpretation readings here. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do angelic guidance readings. We do mediumship readings. We do past life readings. We do pet readings. We do love readings. You can find the full list over on my tree with links in it. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Little Vamp, thank you so much for those gifts. Grand Rising Queen Yee. I like how you put that. I feel that. Yeah, over and underwhelmed at the same time. I like that too. Chiefs, Mama, thank you for subscribing, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you, Adam, for the heart me's. Please make sure you guys recharge your heart me's if you'd like that animal spirit guide card when we do the 1 cards later. Gia, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And again, Kiruchin, thank you for the follow. I'm trying to stay in my peaceful place. Continue to protect that peace right now, Little Vamp. I need to join for the devil card. Please do. It's gonna be a busy class. This last class was like, I had to stop myself. There was way more I could have taught on that card that we just did, but I try my best to keep the classes in the time length of an hour. So we went a little bit over, not too much. And Juno, thank you for the follow as well. Isabella, thank you for the follow. And Theo, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And My Sweet Lemons, thank you for those heart me's. Hi there, user once known. I sent payment. Oh, yes. Thank you for letting me know, dear. I will confirm you right now. And just a reminder, if anyone else wants to get on the list, you'll be the 3rd person read for. And thank you, Dalians, for the gifts. I really wanted to hop in for Temperance, but I had a meeting. Well, I got to tell you, this is why I like doing it this way. The class is available. The class is up now. The course materials are there as well. So even if you can't be there in person, when we have the class is available almost immediately after we have it. I try to put it up very quickly. All right, and thank you for getting on the list, user once known. We've now, if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who's like here to receive these messages is here to receive it. Also, just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it directly if you are a subscriber in our subscriber only Discord channel. That said, why don't we get started? Just bear with me. Helps if I'm ready to get started. It's one of those mornings. It's all this Cancerian energy, right? I just got to tell you, if you're feeling a little more drowsy, if you're feeling like a little more sluggish right now, sometimes that can be a little bit of an effect it can be a little bit of an effect for all this Cancerian energy that we just came into, because it came in very quickly, you know. It's not like we had one planet go into Cancer. We had two going into Cancer, like almost at the same time, which can be a lot. So I'm going to say it again. Make sure that you're prioritizing rest right now. All right, there we go. Perfect. No better time than the present. Whoop, hold on a minute. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Saturday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Saturday, June 14th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? Ooh, we've got our Page of Pentacles in its reversal, in combination with our Two of Pentacles in its upright. How do I describe this? So I think that one of the things that we see that's happening right now is there's something really, I want to just like things are either, and this is why, remember, okay, how do I describe this best? So you will recall how I mentioned before we started, I'm going to bring up what I was talking about before we started the podcast, which is we've entered a lot of Cancer energy very, very quickly. Now, what does that mean in relationality to Cancer energy? So we're going to start talking, and we've had a lot of Sagittarian energy as well. So the thing that we're seeing that's occurring, particularly with this Sagittarius full moon, and I personally, like, this is why I said that I thought that the Sagittarian full moon in Gemini season was so beautiful, because, and I wrote a whole article about this over on the Substack in the Mystic Meditation section, but it has to do with embracing the sublime self. It's embracing oneself in all of one's facets. Potentially a lot of work in releasing any trauma built upon or based upon shame, right? Those moments or modalities that make us feel like less than who we are. Now, doing a lot of that work, it's not easy. And that's why I said that depending on how well how well you work on integration, like that either could potentially feel like a beautiful full moon. It can feel like an expansive full moon, or, right, it could potentially bring up issues about recognizing that the inside doesn't feel like it's in accordance with the outside. Why are we potentially seeing this? Because, and when we were talking, like, it has a lot to do with the fact that we're entering a lot of Cancerian lessons. And I love, and I was just saying this before we started the podcast, how much I love Cancerian lessons, because they give us a perfect template on how to navigate the relationship between the higher self and the ego, right? There's often this misconception or this feeling, right? This like desire to want to remove the ego entirely, but we can't do that, right? The ego, everything we're given is a gift. including the ego. Like the ego is our defense mechanism. It's what protects us. And but sometimes, right, when the ego gets too big, then it protects us from things it doesn't need to protect us from. And this is why we observe that work, as it were, because when we're navigating those spaces and we're talking from that perspective, a good way to kind of look at the work that we want to do with our egos, like having an ego that feels like we're energetically proud of it. We can take a lot of lessons from the crab, right? Because the crab has like a shell. It has a shell on the outside of it, but the shell is of the same material as the crab itself, right? They're interconnected, right? It matches the shape. It just forms the protective layer outside of the thing that exists within it. And when we're in a healthy space, this is what it feels like to have a healthy ego. It's one that's not too far from the shape of the higher self. It's just a little bit more rigid. It's just a little bit more rigid. But and so and that's why, when we have those moments of expansion, they can feel like the appreciation of how far one has come can be that moment when we feel that sense of sublimity of the divine self. It's feeling like we're embodying those aspects that we hope to bring out, right? Like having the energetic ego that we're proud of. But when we're too separate from the ego, right? When we feel like that separation point, it can feel very counter oppositional within us. This is why we often talk about the fact that in many spiritual journeys, you see like that cracking of the egoic self that often happens as one arrives to oneself, because it's the moment that you feel that the space that you exist within doesn't accommodate the space who you are, right? So I can keep on seeing, this is why I keep on seeing that a little bit of this energy right now can either feel fortifying or more energetically distressing, because when we're working in that holistic place, right, it's the appreciation of the self. It's seeing that point of understanding and feeling the vibration of embracing what it takes to navigate that type of journey. But when things feel like they're too far apart, it can create like a lot of that feeling of tug of war. So we're seeing that there's a lot of that type of energy here. So I would not be surprised if you're saying that in some ways you feel like energetically fortified, but you're also feeling really, really frustrated, right? Because again, we talk about the fact that this work either is can be read for being something that's happened internally within the self or externally as it relates to partnership. Now, this is why I see that there are a lot of new relationships that are coming together at this time. You'll recall that I was articulating that we're going through kind of the magician lessons right now with a lot of the relationships that are coming into relationality together. And that has to do with the authenticity, right? The authenticity that we bring forth into relationship that allows for the ability of having the authentic self as the priority. Now, why is it so important that we come to each other in a place of authenticity? Because when we're authentic, right? When we're energetically authentic with one another and we meet, right, our outside matches our inside. And this can often save us the distressing moment where we build into relationship. And then again, what happens in unhealthy relationship, right? It almost feels like when someone's ego moves away and we start to see the inner self, if there's too much separation between the egoic self and the higher self, it can feel like you don't know the person that you're experiencing there. You're like, who is this person? Like, where'd they come from? Because there's too much of a separation, right? That is why it's such a gift when we work to do that outside of partnership. And that's also why it's important that we let go and we surrender the illusion of rejection when we're operating in the space of our majesty. Because that's to say that again, if I am someone who likes who I am, and I'm not articulating that I'm perfect, but I know where that work is, then I arrive in the space of meeting another in that space. And it gives us the opportunity, right, to be able to see if we're in energetic alignment. Now, if someone rejects you in that space, it hurts, right? It's painful. But at the same time, you don't take it too personally because you understand that, like, again, the responsibility that any of us have as it relates to the way we feel has to do, the only responsibility we have to do with the emotion that exists within us is confusion, because confusion can always be met with clarity. So that's why we see that for a lot of these relationships that were starting to take form, that slowness, right? That hesitation, taking that time, doing that work. This is why a lot of that energy was reining back and pulling back on their emotions, because they were waiting to see through time if these are not just relationships where someone is articulating upon a manifestation, but is showing the ability to be able to embody it. And so we see even now that this is a lot of that fortitude that's coming through, right? This is a lot of that energy that is feeling the confidence that is arriving, that's allowing them to move deeper into partnership. Whereas for energy that's still in separation at this time, this is potentially the recognition point of something that you're carrying with you out of an unhealthy relationship that isn't true, but that you had to take in within the self in order to stay within an unhealthy relationship dynamic. This is often why we talk about the fact that trauma is so difficult, because we carry the trauma with us. And we see that a lot of the energy right now moving deeper into union, they're also doing a lot of that work in recognizing, right? Doing a lot of that Chiron, doing a lot of those Chiron lessons, seeing what they've carried forward in order to effectively continue to build into a lot of that reliability. Center card for today's spread, we have here our Eight of Swords in its reversal. This is a very Cancerian spread that we are seeing right now, because for a lot of that energy, right, identifying and recognizing what that work is, I just keep on seeing these are conversations about, for a lot of these energies that are coming into divine union right now, or moving deeper into divine union. You'll recall I mentioned that these are those chariot partnerships that were forming between the time that Mars stationed direct up until the time that Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune a few weeks ago. The ability to find reliability, the ability to create that stability for one another, allows one to move into the inner sanctum of the self, which again, what happens when you go into the inner sanctum of the self? You're able to move deeper into one's own authenticity. And so that ability of, again, becoming more energetically authentic, this is a lot of the energy that's understanding the rigor that is required in healthy partnership, because the same boundaries that one had to create in order to facilitate coming into union are the same that you have to work to remove as you move deeper into it. This is why we talk about the fact that healing is not linear. But this is why we see that the energy is doing that work, because when we are outside of partnership, we have standards. We have standards when we don't know if another person holds our standards. We would prefer not to have to hold our standards, right? It would be assumed or hoped that others hold our standards for us, but this is the world we live in. It's simply the matter that, again, identifying trust is effectively the discernment point in being able to build confidence with another person, to be able to recognize and identify whether they hold our standards. And often what's difficult is when another person doesn't hold our standards, they have to become boundaries, right? Those are the boundaries that are formed. And now we have to hold rigid boundaries. So this is why we see that we often become very rigid where our standards are. But this is the same work we do in healthy partnership, because what happens in healthy partnership? We have the gift of another who holds our standards with the same dexterity by which we hold our own. And it's in that moment that another holds our standards. So it allows us to go into a deeper level of vulnerability, because in the ability to release the standards, it's not that the standards are going away. It is being able to do so with the security point of another who holds them as sacredly as we do. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. And so this is, like, I keep on hearing, this is the energy that is doing that hard work in working through. I keep on hearing this is the energy saying, I'm not releasing my standards. I'm entrusting another with them. Right? It's like a lot like that is why the work feels so perpetual, because it's always those moments that require that easement point, right? It's like I keep on hearing it's like the trust fall into love is such of being held that allows you to move deeper further into it. Fourth and fifth cards in our 5 card spread, there's that devil card in its reversal in combination with our 7 of swords in its reversal. We're going to be studying that devil card next month in our tarot church class program. If you care to join, all you need to do is become a member of my Substack. That'll be your ticket of entry. Now, for masculine and feminine energy deep within divine union, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. What we're effectively recognizing and identifying that is occurring right now has to do with a lot of the adaptation of the manifestation goal. Why do we see that there are manifestation goals that are effectively adapting right now? Because when we're deep, like again, one of the beautiful things that we see with a healthy manifestation is a manifestation is not gimme energy. It's not just getting things, it is the journey of being able to see more. So we're moving in accordance to a healthy manifestation. Often it is very characteristic of the fact that we see more possibilities as we move closer to it. That again, we see the manifestation that matures at the same time as we ourselves do. So I keep on hearing that this is a lot of the energy whose manifestations, they're not, again, much like the energy coming into divine union, this is the energy that's not getting rid of their standards. They're learning the ability to trust another to hold them for them. We see that a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union is doing that work and recognizing and identifying that path work of healing, wherein they see the fact that the manifestation is changing, but it doesn't mean that they're departing away from the manifestation. It's that the manifestation itself is evolving and growing. Continuing to get clarification between our Page of Pentacles and its reversal in combination with our Two of Pentacles and its upright. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through right now with our 9 of Swords in its reversal. So for a lot of this energy that we're seeing, I mean, this is what I mean about this, the Cancer energy being like somewhat bittersweet, if you will, because for a lot of the work that we see, um, when we're entering a lot of like Cancerian lessons, it's working on. I keep on, and this is the thing. This is, and I'm going to tell you right now. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a warning. We've got Uranus that is transiting. Uranus is transiting. Let me just check. We've got Uranus transiting in about, yeah, it's going to be transiting in like the next like month or so, but I feel like we're already going to start to feel this to a certain extent. Because the thing is with the thing with Uranus that we have to talk about is it's often working into the context of how we deal with frustration. It's and I keep on saying it's like it's the frustration, and I feel like a lot of the things that we're going to see right now is finding ways, like creative ways to deal with frustration is the best way I can describe it. It's creative ways to deal with frustration. And we were talking about this heavily yesterday. Why were we talking about this heavily yesterday? Because, one of the things that we identify has to do with the fact that everything is a gift, even frustration. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but you have to understand that when we experience things that frustrate us, right? The frustration we feel can often be indicative of the things that we care about, right? And when we are moving frustration in ways that feel profound, in ways that feel that they fortify us, right? It allows us to have that ability of doing so that feels like it's energetically productive. I'm saying this right now because given the fact that we've got a bunch of energy, we've got Mercury and Jupiter that are now in Cancer. We've got Uranus that is starting to migrate into Gemini. I'm going to just keep on saying this. I don't like this is not a manifestation goal. Okay. I don't like this is not a manifestation goal, right? Because often, and this is something that we often have to recognize and identify and work through when we're going through Gemini lessons. A lot of the work that Gemini comes here to do is to understand how to work in the context of change. But often a lot of the difficulty points that those with Gemini placements have, and we talked a lot about this in the temperance class that we had, is working through the paradox of choice, right? When there's all choices around us, it can almost create as much of a blocker as having no choice, right? It can sometimes create that like analysis paralysis, if you will. So if you're feeling like that right now, that's why I feel like, again, if you're having those moments where you're feeling energetically exhaustive, but you're going through something in such a way that it's like it feels like there's too many options around something. I want you to again take a lesson from Cancer, which says don't look for manifestations outside the self. Look for the path work within, right? Because it's working through the context of not allowing the self to be energetically distracted, right? It's working through the context of being able to stay focused. And it can feel like remember what I said. Like we just came out of what I described as like multi-ball energy. Remember I was saying it was like there were so many planets in Gemini. It felt like there were a million things happening at once. So even now, I'm just seeing like that ability of being able to feel that sense of productivity. Um, let it, I keep on hearing like, let it create a renaissance instead of feeling energetically resigned, right? Because like a lot of that work that we're seeing here is it has to do with allowing oneself to take the frustration that you're feeling and move it into constructive spaces. So again, articulating upon not just the problem, but upon the solution, being able to recognize and identify, like the message that was coming through heavily yesterday is like, what would you prefer? What would be energetically better, right? Articulating upon that easement point that allows for that expansion. And I keep on seeing that a lot of that, this is why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of relationships that are potentially coming together under these circumstances. There's also potentially going to be some relationships that are coming apart for these same reasons. But even in the space, and I want to describe this, and what I'm seeing in some of these relationships that are separate, that potentially are separating right now, right? The identification point of what I'm potentially seeing is occurring has to do with the navigation of the difference between the articulation of a manifestation versus the embodiment of it, right? Like that ability of being able to come into a place of authenticity. Now, and I think that even there's something very energetically cathartic that's happening. Continuing to get clarification between our Two of Pentacles in combination with our Eight of Swords in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Yeah, we've got that Nine of Cups in its reversal. So the thing with the Nine of Cups in its reversal is, and this is what I keep on seeing, has to do with navigating through frustration. And remember what I said the other day. I remember how I was articulating, especially as we move towards that Sagittarius full moon, to make sure that you are communicating through frustration in positive ways, making sure that you are being solution focused instead of problem oriented, because that ability of articulating and stating, like I keep on seeing, like I don't like this is not a manifestation goal, but being able to talk about what one hopes to change, right? This is why we see that for a lot of the energy that was in separation, there was so much hesitancy of coming back into union. Why was this energy so hesitant to come into union? There's a lot of trust wounds here, right? And where did these trust wounds potentially occur? From situations or circumstances. And I keep on hearing this is why it's important that we move towards our authenticity, because it's one thing to articulate a manifestation goal, it's another thing to be able to embody it, right? A healthy manifestation is not gimme energy. It's help me see, help to recognize the work that we're trying to do, help to identify what we're trying to change in ourselves, right? We walk towards the manifestation in order to arrive to it. There's no waiting in a manifestation. Similarly, in healthy relationship, we do the same work, right? We identify and recognize progress that is met via what we change within ourselves, right? Like Gemini teaches us that relationships are not places that we go to stagnate. They're not places that we go to become like to stay still. They transform, like we transform in the space of a relationship. But when we're in a healthy relationship, that's the transformation that feels like the flourishing, the ability to see oneself with more clarity, the ability to excel, if you will. We talked a lot about excellence in that temperance class that we just taught, but the ability to excel to the highest self via the relationship that doesn't do it for you, right? But again, helps you see the higher self in such a way that allows you to feel that uplift, right? Allows you to see the determination point with more clarity, that positive reinforcement that we find in healthy harmony. Whereas unhealthy relationship can often feel the opposite. It can feel like energy. We start to change in ways that we don't aspire or desire to change. It feels like a contortion of the self. We start to feel like we lose ourselves in partnership. We hardly recognize ourselves. But again, when we're in healthy relationship, we love it's never about recognition. It's about the determination point of what you feel that you are becoming. So that ability of doing so, that expansion point, this is why I see that a lot of these relationships are finding the confidence to finally start moving towards one another in a more determined way. It's giving a little bit of like a pardon our appearance kind of vibration. Why are we getting a little bit of this like pardon our appearance kind of vibration? Because this is the energy that is being conscientious for due to experiences wherein they potentially entered relationship where it felt at first blush like that was what was happening. But then what happened? Something changed. Why did something change? Because when we're not in our authenticity, what we articulate, we aspire for is different than what we find within, right? And so that's why we see that for a lot of the energy, that feeling of stability, right? The trust that is being taking shape in not only experiencing someone in their authenticity, but coming to know them in a more deep fashion and seeing that even more of that is pervasive, the deeper that one moves within the journey of discovering another. This is the energy that, again, feels that expansion point because they're starting to feel the easement of identifying and recognizing relationship or individuals that it's not just what they say, it's who they energetically are, right? Welcome to that. Um, welcome to Mercury, Jupiter and Mercury, right? Jupiter and Mercury entering Cancer, right? Jupiter and Mercury entering Cancer together is the relief of the outside that matches the inside. It's like woohoo, it's like yay. So we see a lot of that is potentially happening there. While for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, we just see that for a lot of the energy coming into, oh, we got a card. We've already got the card. Is this transverse? Okay, it's a transverse card we've got coming through for the next card. For a lot of the energy coming into divine union, clarification between our Three of Swords and its reversal in combination with the Devil card and its reversal, which two cards I like very much to see together. We've got our Emperor in its transverse. But we like, and here's the thing about it, we like an emperor, like the Emperor in its transverse is beautiful energy insofar as the recognition point of how it feels often to embody a healthy journey, which is it often feels like you're moving towards your vulnerability, right? And we're going to talk a minute about this because what do we see that's happening for a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now? They're understanding the difference, they're feeling the difference between weakness and vulnerability. What is weakness? Weakness is the quality and characteristic of being weak. You can't choose. There's no choice in being weak. If you're weak, you're weak, right? It's like, it's like, lift it. I can't lift it. Like, it's weak, right? Vulnerable. Vulnerable takes a lot of work because you have to understand, vulnerable is the quality and characteristic of being strong, right? Being strong, being able to do something and choosing not to do it, right? It is moving into the space of allowing oneself to be weak. And this is often why we talk about the fact of a healing journey not being linear, because it's a frustrating situation, but yet these are the circumstances that we find ourselves in. Often when we have to enter healthy relationship, when we have to find our peace, what does it take to find our peace? It takes a lot. It takes a lot of work to set those healthy boundaries. It takes a lot of that work in relationality to holding those energetic standards, right? Often in those moments, like having to build into that. And when we finally find the relationship, when we finally find our energetic peace, right? The same work that we had to do in order to facilitate discovering it is the same work we then have to do in order to release all of that energetic strength to build deeper into the heart of a healthy, intimate connection where we can allow ourselves the inner child healing. And how does that happen? Do you lower your standards? No, it's not lowering your standards if another person is holding your standards for you, right? It is the ability to go deeper into healing when another is holding the sanctuary of the self for the self, honoring the standards. Welcome to Mars in Leo. So we see even now that that's a lot of that energy that's doing what? Learning how to put the weapons of the self down, continuing to get clarification between our devil card in its reversal and our seven of wands in its reversal. There's that chariot card in its reversal. So a lot of this work that we're seeing with the chariot card in its reversal has to do, I just keep on identifying, it has to do a lot with and this is what I meant with the energy deep within divine union right now that is moving into wheel of fortune energy, because this is a lot of the energy. It's not that they're moving away from their manifestations. It's the identification of the celebration moment that we experience, wherein one of the signs of moving towards a healthy manifestation is that the manifestation changes as you move closer towards it. It's the energy that transforms, because a healthy manifestation is something that helps us see more. And when we see more, we open our possibilities. It doesn't mean that we change. It doesn't mean that we reverse course. It means that we broaden the manifestation. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of the energy that is broadening their manifestation because they feel like they had blinders on before. The blinders are off. And this is often what we mean in relationality, to be able to change something, because often, and we experience this, like even in like the space of maturation, right? It's that moment of seeing something and being like understanding like what's for us that continually perpetually moves ahead of us, because it is the nature, like it is the nature of the like it's the horizon point on the journey, as it were, that continues to arrive to us as we move closer towards it. So I keep on hearing there's like something very beautiful that's happening for a lot of those energies deep within divine union as it relates to maturation. Continuing to get clarification between our double nine energy here. I like this actually, yeah, we got double nine energy. I like the double nine energy we have on the table, because we've got the nine of swords in its reversal in combination with our Nine of Cups in its reversal. Can I please have one card to clarify? We've got our Fool card. Beautiful stuff. And this is what I meant as it relates to working in the context of identifying and recognizing what, like, you remember how I said, like, this is the trust that is coming together right now for a lot of these relationships, a lot of these new partnerships, that excitement point, like that ability to identify and see. Why do we see a lot of these relationships are finally building into trust? Because if you recall, we mentioned that for a lot of these relationships, that desire to come into authentic connection was such that it was the prioritization point that was bringing them together. And they're already healing each other via the auric contradictions. What are auric contradictions? The ability to get to know another to such an extent that one says something, like one says something about the self that doesn't, like, that isn't true, right? Something that one, like an unhealthy pattern of thought, right? Something that feels like it's not in the space of another's excellent. And this is and this is why, like, they're showing each other's excellence, right? They're articulating upon what they see in one another, right? And they're clarifying to each other what that excellence is. But and this is the thing about it, if these are relationships where another person is talking negatively about themselves, or almost looking at it and being like, where did you pick that up? Where did you hear that? Who told you that? Because this is often what happens in unhealthy relationship dynamics, that one of two different things is happening for a lot of these new partnerships. That is either the moment or modality wherein another, when another says something that you're saying about the self that you hold yourself accountable for, and another person says, I don't see that within you, which is indicative of how far you've come in relationality to how much you've healed. Or these are relationships or situations where another recognizes that they had to embody, they had to ingest, as it were, an unhealthy thought form, something that they had to swallow about themselves that was not true, in order to stay within a relationship dynamic that was not best for them, right? Because sometimes, like often those modalities, we recognize that this is what's so difficult about trauma, that trauma sometimes puts us in spaces and places where we start to believe things about ourselves that are not true, because only by believing something about ourselves that is not true are we able to facilitate into a connection. Because at least if something is untrue about us and we're working to fix it, it is something that's within us to change, instead of being able to recognize the nature of a circumstance that would require us to move away from it. So that's why I keep on seeing that this is a modality that feels somewhat bittersweet, because there's a lot of this energy that is moving towards partnership. And how are they moving towards partnership? They're arriving to their own excellence. They're discovering their own excellence along the way, continuing to get clarification between our Nine of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Emperor card in its transverse. We've got here our Sun card in its reversal. So this may look familiar. If this card looks familiar, we drew it yesterday in a very similar position. And we like to base upon evidence-backed points here. So whenever we see cards that are coming up very much in similar positions than when we saw them yesterday, it is often an indication that we're continuing forward on the same lesson. So we've got here, this is a carryover from yesterday's reading, because this card was over one position before this one. We have the Sun card. So why do we see it? So for a lot of that directionality right now with the Sun being in its reversal, I feel like a lot of this right now is like it feels very much in preparation for the energy moving into Cancer. Now, I need to point this out because this is often a misconception that I feel that others have with sign work, and how, as someone who reads the astrology energetically, Like changing sign work is not like a switch that gets hit. You know what I mean? It's not like boom. Okay, it's not like a tabulation. There's a progress, right? And so one of the things that's happening right now is with Mercury and Jupiter arriving into Cancer season, like Cancer, before we've even worked into Cancer season, it feels it's feeling very Cancerian in here, which means it's almost creating like we've got a little bit of this like I want to describe it as it's almost like the Gemini and the Cancer energy is merging up right now, right? And so I think that that's positive because I would not be surprised if there's a lot of conversation occurring as it relates to change, right? As it relates to the nature of change, as it relates to the ability to be energetically adaptable. But what is beautiful about that is I keep on hearing constructive change, right? Constructive change. Um, and this was coming through yesterday. No boo, all do, which is like, what does that mean? Because like when you boo, right? When you boo, it's like the articulation of not liking something. There's not much you can do like about when you around a boo, but a do, right? Do is moving into the amplification of what it is that you can change, right? It's allowing oneself to be energetically productive. And that's what I effectively see that's happening right now. When I talked about a little bit of that like segmentation that's happening, I could even see some like arguments that are taking shape right now. I keep on hearing arguments that are taking shape right now between boo and do. So I keep on hearing and why are we hearing arguments about boo and do? Because boo, like boo is working through the space of just of expressing irritation, right? Boo is just the space of articulating upon something that makes one energetically frustrated. But it's not helpful. You have to understand, boo is not helpful for the purpose of healthy communication, right? Because nothing gets fixed in the space of boo, right? But doing things fixes things, right? So I keep on seeing that there could be like a lot of argumentation that's happening right now as it relates to working through difficulties or working through energetic hurdles. Now, for energy in separation, like coming into union, this is why this feels like I keep on seeing like there's a lot of energy that's going into inner child healing because you can't heal inner child wounds unless another person is holding your energetic standards for the self. And this is why we see that for a lot of the energy right now that the level of nurture that they're experiencing in healthy relationship as it relates to stability. It's a nurture of the stable ground. It allows you to uncover things that you didn't know you had to work on. Is what I keep on hearing. It's like it's giving one, it's like the peace, it's like the level of peace that arrives that helps you see things that you couldn't see before. And that's why I keep on hearing it's enlightening, it's positive, but it also is a little bit devastating, right? Because, I feel like for a lot of the energy, like I keep on hearing it's like, ooh, new trauma unlocked. New trauma unlocked. Oh, that's great. I didn't even know I was carrying that. It's like a lot of that type of stuff. But this is why we talk about the fact that a healing journey isn't linear. Because sometimes we don't realize how much we're carrying until it's safe enough to be able to feel it. You got to feel it in order to heal it. And this is why often the body makes us go numb when we're in trauma environments because the body's like, not now, not now. Um, but that's why I feel like there is, and this is why I would not be surprised if there's some energy right now feeling this, I mean, it's not out yet. I'm sure they might make an appearance. It's feeling a little hermity in here. Okay, it feels a little bit like hermit mode. But this is because we often see this type of energy when we got a lot of Cancer stuff happening. Because Cancer is all about like, it's all about hermit mode. But this is why I'm also stressing. This is why I'm also stressing right now that I want to make sure that you're utilizing your frustration in productive ways, because this is the only thing that makes me a little bit anxious. Okay. The thing is, Sagittarians, and and Cancers are some of the hardest signs as it relates to navigating uh, discomfort or frustration, because Cancerians have a tendency of, when Cancers don't feel safe, what do? they close their shutters. They go, boop, they're like, I'm out of here. Like they just close up. Sagittarians will run. They'll be like, you want to see how fast I can run? Like they're just like boom. They're like they're out the they're you turn around and they're like down the street like 50 blocks. Okay. This is the thing. And they have the same thing. They're like it's like they got like, and Cancers and Sages often have to work through this. That hair trip like that hair trigger when it comes to navigating the nope. Okay. It's like the hair trigger on a Cancerian and a Sagittarian's nope is profound. And often those with Sagittarian placements and Cancerian placements have to work through this, right? It's working through the trigger of following like the closing up or the getting out of here kind of energy, right? It's working into and this is why, and we were talking about this was coming through. This is often what's difficult that Cancers and Sages sometimes need to learn on their journeys. If you stick around in a point of uncomfortability and you don't take it personally, what do you get? You get the gift of clarity, right? You get the ability sometimes, like sometimes that first blush, right? Like when if we rush through our first blush, we never get the opportunity of another person to be able to finish their sentence, is what I keep on hearing, right? It's like I keep on hearing, if we rush from the first blush, right, which is like the minute we feel uncomfortable, like the blush, we lose the gift of clarity, right? Because sometimes like we're too much in our feels to be able to hear something that might be something that is helpful for us, right? So I feel like there's like a lot there's a lot of that work that we're potentially doing right now as it relates to working through like an uncomfortable conversation or working through something that feels like like a little bit like something that, like, again, Uranus moving into Gemini, which is like working through something in a way, but trying to find like perseverance is what I keep on hearing. Continuing to get clarification between our Emperor card. And that's why I would not be surprised right now if there's energy that's coming into divine union that is having conversations about their triggers. Because one of the things we also see is healthy relationship isn't about being perfect, it's about knowing how one is. And by knowing how one is, we heal each other by telling another person what they need to help us through those moments that we feel energetically triggered. Continuing to get clarification between our Emperor in its transverse and our Chariot card in its reversal. Oh my goodness, we've got here our 10 of 10 of Wands in its reversal. So for a lot of the energy right now, something it feels a lot. I'm not surprised to see this too, which is working through efficiencies, trying to figure out easier ways of doing things, trying to think of more productive ways of utilizing time. And I'm not surprised to see this either, because the thing is, I keep on describing that with Aries, with Saturn moving into Aries, it's almost akin to all of us having a bit of a Saturn return together, because Aries comes here to heal the relationship to time. And the thing is, Aries and Gemini have a tendency of saying the same thing. What do Aries and Gemini say together? I don't have time for this. Why do Aries and Gemini always say I don't have time for this? Because Aries has a little tiny bit of patience, okay? A little tiny bit of patience that they need to see progress with, right? Aries knows that the little tiny kernel of patience that they have, when they have progress, it grows. Gemini are always thinking about the four other things they could be doing instead of the thing that they're doing. So I keep on seeing that there's potentially for a lot of the energy right now, the ability to talk towards efficiency, potentially changing manifestation plans to figure out more efficient ways of doing things, right? I just keep on seeing that there's something about that that feels almost like a release or a relief because it's a lot of the energy working in the context of trying to find something that feels like it allows them to have some kind of time back, is what I keep on hearing. I'm not surprised given the fact that Saturn just moved into Aries. Continuing to get clarification between our Fool card and our Sun card in its reversal. Boom. Six of Pentacles in its reversal. You know, the thing with, I keep on seeing with a lot of this energy that's building into connection, I got to stress this. I feel like there's a lot of relief coming into some of these partnerships. Why is there relief coming into these partnerships? Because, and you remember, I almost feel like I almost keep on hearing this energy apologizing to each other. I keep on hearing them almost say like apologizing, but saying, I had to be sure. I had to be sure. Why is the energy saying I had to be sure? Because this is the energy that understands, right? They understand the difficulty in the fact that when we build into relationship with another, right? Like authenticity, and I keep on saying authenticity and operating in one's majesty. This is the work we come to learn, right? Um, what is being energetically fickle? And this is we get hurt a lot. Like we get hurt a lot by others' fickleness. Um, Changing for change's sake is not a manifestation goal. But those that don't have the determination point in order to move towards a manifestation will often appear as fickle because as they move towards something, they get tired of what it takes to get there. And then they move away from it, right? And so that's why we talk about, for those with a lot of Gemini placements, like learning the difference between pragmatism and fickleness is recognizing that change for change's sake is not a manifestation goal, but it often is indicative of a lack of an ability to persevere in what it takes to reach a manifestation goal, right? This is often something that we have to create within ourselves, right? This is what we find at the heart of commitment, right? It's a difference between saying I don't just want something, but I want to I enjoy embodying what it energetically takes to move in the direction of it, right? Like it's a lot of that. It's like it's working in service to the manifestation, right? The manifestation isn't just about receiving something, it's understanding how we change as we move in like as we discover ourselves as we move towards it. And that's why we hear even now, sometimes it's perfectly reasonable that we often have those moments in life where we change our manifestations. It's happened to all of us. We've all had those moments. We start to move towards something. We go, yeah, this is not what I thought. It's not what I thought it would be. Right? It's the feeling, right? It's the understanding of the center of self that either is the discovery that feels like the celebration or the moment that we move away from something. But that's why it's really important. Like it's really important to our relationships that we have it with that we're very well seated in the self when we move into partnership. Because when we are well seated in the self, when we move towards partnership, then we are able to identify and recognize it's not just the fact that we say that we desire partnership, but we also know what it takes to be, we also know what it feels like to be in one. We also like we know what it takes to like create one. We know like we know what it takes. We know what it takes in that journey day to day, right? It's not just the pipe dream of what you think the manifestation is. It is the delight in the experience of being in it, which is often far more messy than it looks on the outside. Now, for a lot of the energy doing that work, like that is why we see that so many of these partnerships are starting to build trust with one another. They're starting to, I keep on seeing, they're starting to release their energetic inhibitions. Why are they releasing their inhibitions? Because they're healing from situations or circumstances wherein someone potentially articulated about the fact that they wanted a manifestation, but either one of two different things happened as they entered the relationship. Either one, someone said that they wanted a relationship, but they didn't embody the qualities and characteristics of one that can keep one down, like you can hold one down, you know, be like, I would like a pony. Do you have a stable? Nope. You ever ridden before? Nope. Like, versus or right or the you care to learn? Nope. Or those modalities or circumstances or situations. And this is what I see is even more difficult, wherein another person articulated that there was a person that they were, right? And then or that they appreciated another. And then once they entered the relationship, there started to become a change to such an extent that it felt like the self that was reflected upon entry into the relationship felt like it was dramatically shed in some way. They can feel energetically debilitating. And this is what we mean about the importance and significance of having the work that we do on the egoic self so that it feels like it's in service to the higher self. Because when we're in healthy space, the inside matches the outside. What we articulate to others in the space of our ego is very much similar to what we find within. And that allows us the healthier relationship because when someone comes to get to know us, they're like, oh, there's just more of this. As far as I go, just more of this, right? There's just more of this. And that's a delight. It's a celebration. But when we're not in a healthy space and our egoic self does not match the internal, we go, who the heck is this person? Right? Like, who is this person? Continuing to get clarification between our sun card in its reversal in combination with our 10 of wands in its reversal. Can I please get one card to clarify, please? And this is important because this is why I see, do you see how hard this work is for the energy coming into divine union? The hardest thing we do when we enter partnership is become vulnerable, right? Because the more vulnerable we come, and this is why we become each other's exceptions to the rules. An exception, and you have to understand when we're in a space of being in a healthy egoic journey, exception does not mean different. It doesn't mean a whole different list of rules for another person. It means we excel in the space of trust. That's why exception and excel have the same root meaning. Because when we truly care about someone, we don't lower our standards. We build into the space of being able to find our inner child with the security and stability of one who holds them as well as we would our own. That creates the inner sanctum in which we can excel into the lesson of the inner child because we're able to do that work to recognize and embody the vulnerable part of ourselves that allows us to become more open in relationality to being able to articulate and heal from the traumas that we may have been carrying for a very long time. Continuing to get clarification for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. This is why we see, like, I feel like there's a little bit of this like adaptability that's happening right now because I keep on hearing the manifestation, right? Welcome to Cancer season. What's happening to the manifestation? The dream that they had, it's too tight. It doesn't fit anymore, right? Because often when we grow, right, we often feel that what happens when we feel like we've grown? It was dreaming too small, right? This is why the manifestation grows because as we grow, as we evolve, we see more, right? And we start to feel like we're growing out of our old version of self, And often we articulate, it's not the fact that we abandon the dream. We say, oh, that dream I had, it was a little too tiny. I got to make it a little bit bigger. Right? So we grow the dream. Continuing, final card for today's spread between our Six of Cups, Pentacles in its reversal, and our Seven of Wands in its upright. Six of Cups in its reversal. So we're going to talk about this right now. The Six of Cups in its reversal. Six of Cups in its reversal. Here's the thing about it. I want to tell you. I'm just going to say this. It's a little cranky in here. Okay, it's a little cranky. Why is it cranky? No offense to those with Cancer placements, because you know this about yourself. But the thing, the thing, and I know cancers know what I'm saying. How do you feel every Cancer year? This is why we make jokes that Cancer is like nothing makes cancers happier than when plans get canceled, right? I don't like it here. I don't like it here. It has to do, right? It's sometimes, the thing with the thing we often have to work through with Cancer energy is things can just wear on you a little bit more, and it's like, and the thing whenever we got a lot of Cancer energy, there's always that little voice that goes, we just leave, like it was just like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's a lot of that working into the context of identifying and recognizing, like, working through that frustration, right? Identifying and doing that work. But that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of the space that we do in relationality to that. That's why I kept on saying, make sure that the conversations that you're having right now are solution focused, not problem oriented, right? Talking towards what feels like it is healthy or energetically beneficial in such a way that in such a way that we can find a way to like work through what is bothering us. And that's what I meant about something about that being like in the space of, I kept on hearing, I would not be surprised if some of these argumentation points that are happening right now, I keep on hearing between like boo and do, which is like the space of articulating upon something that's bothering, right? Versus what feels like it's energetically productive. And this is why why there's sometimes often like a breakaway between boo and do, because when you're constantly articulating upon what's wrong, you're not focusing on what's right. Right. And that doesn't mean, right, it's the identification point that the reason we talk through frustration is in order to identify and recognize solutions. And what I keep on seeing that may potentially be happening right now, and this is often something this is what I meant, that there may be some separations that are occurring at this time as well, has to do in relationality to a unified manifestation goal. Now, I just want to, I'm going to bring this up. And I feel like every single time we hit Cancer season, this starts coming up, and we're getting close. The difference between a conflict and an argument, okay? An argument is energy that desires the same manifestation goal. They got just different ways to get there, right? You and another person, you want the same thing, and you're arguing about directions. Take a left, no, take a right. No, we're going to go this way. No, we're going to go around the thing, right? It's the argumentation point on how you're going to get there. That's an argument, and this is why we often describe arguments as productive, because we typically find a happy medium, right? It's the understanding that you can always reaffirm the connection point by being able to identify where it is that one is trying to move towards. A conflict can often sometimes create closing points in relationships, because it is the identification point of two energies that want vastly different things, right? It is the recognition, it is the conflict that does not feel like you're trying to move in the same direction, but the argumentation point between something that starts to feel like a tug of war, right? So I keep on seeing, right? And that's why like it's like I see the tug of war and I feel like boxing gloves come on because it's the moment that I keep on hearing like the healthy relationship is not one that feels like we should have to argue for manifestation goals, is all I keep on hearing. And this is, can be very devastating because sometimes when we care about someone, and this is why it's so important to make sure that we have the same manifestation goals before we enter a relationship, because nothing is worse than when you build an energetic, emotional connection with someone only to suddenly realize that they're headed in a completely different direction than you are, right? This can create a lot of that frustration. It can create a lot of those moments, even sometimes moments of energetic betrayal. This is why we have to be articulate and clear in relationality to what it is that we're energetically seeking. A healthy manifestation goal is one that is mutually shared. It's not one that we feel like we circumvent someone in the relationship in order to move in accordance to it. So that's why we keep on seeing that conversation, working in that space, articulating and defining what that is. Like I keep on seeing, this is why these are a lot of the relationships that are almost apologizing to each other, these magician partnerships, even as they're forming, because the energy is saying, it's not that I didn't believe you. I've just been hurt before. And this is what we mean when we say it's not that I didn't believe you. I've been hurt before, because it is the identification point that sometimes that is intentional and sometimes it is non-intentional. And that's why we see that this is the energy that as they move towards each other, what do they say? I'm sorry I ever doubted you. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. It's like the energy that is now rushing to each other because they're saying like it's like the apology, but it's like, but they're mutually feeling this way. I just want to point that out. Now, for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, this is the energy that's recognizing that healing from trauma, it never stops. It's the work of a lifetime. Trauma doesn't go away. This is why trauma doesn't go away. Because when we build into healthy connection, we excel in relationship. It's the exception to the rule. The ability to move deeper into healing is one that is articulated with an energetic partner that holds our energetic standards as we would our own. And this is why we build into, when we say that our relationships or our partners are our exceptions, we don't mean that we become a completely different person for them. Okay, it doesn't mean like, yeah, like who is that? No, it means that we build into a deeper level of trust, because it is the honor when we see someone that feels that it is an honor to hold our standards for us. It allows us to do the work in being able to resolve a lot of the trauma that we carry that we couldn't before because we didn't feel energetically safe enough to do so. So I just keep on seeing, I'm not surprised to see this right now. We've got Pluto in retrograde, being able to do a lot of that, like lifting the rock, finding out what's underneath there, like doing a lot of that, like energetic clearing in the space of identifying um, not just not just the relationship itself, but what it took to be able to find it. And that's the energy that almost forgives themselves in the process, because again, trauma requires you to like again, like this is why we talk about the fact that that healing isn't linear, because if we're in an unhealthy space, sometimes we have to start imbibing things about ourselves that is not true, right? We have to become something that isn't in accordance to us in order to survive it. So this is the energy that's starting to heal by forgiving themselves for those moments or modalities that feels like they departed from themselves, as they continue to move closer to refining themselves, refining the self, which is the refining of the self. While for masculine and feminine energy that is deep within divine union, this is a lot of that. There's a lot of energy here that I think it's really beautiful, because it's saying, like, it's interesting because this is the energy that has the energetic changes that are happening to their manifestation, because it's almost the energy saying, look how much the manifestation grows. Like the manifestation is not a child anymore, right? Like often this is what we talk about with a manifestation. A manifestation matures as we mature. This is often why, as we continue in healthy relationship, the dreams are replaced with new dreams, because as we continue through, right, the things that we hold on to, It's like the preciousness, it's like the importance of things that constantly alterates and changes, but it feels like an energetic blessing. Bottom of the deck on today's reading, especially with the Knight of Swords in its reversal, this is why it's really important not to be too much in your ego on your journey. Because often, what is the sign that we have in a healthy manifestation? I was thinking too small, right? Healthy manifestations are not gimme energy. It's helping me see. It's helping all of us see. It's the ability to see something deeper. But this is often, and we often see this in some kind of energetic relationships as it relates to time, right? When we're not in a space of working sacredly, we often reach for things. And in the reaching for things, we damage the relationships around us in the process, right? This is often why we have these calibration moments of holding spaces of regret in relationality to articulating and defining what it is that we hold. Like I keep on hearing, we don't get moments back, right? And so I keep on seeing like often what happens in those modalities, right? When we're not able to, like when we look at, and this is why I was telling you, like this is what's happening right now with this is what's happening right now with Saturn moving into Aries, right? It's working on the preciousness of moments, right? Because those moments that become energetically precious, it's the articulation of the respect to time. And what's beautiful is for the energy and separation, this is why there's no greater violation in feeling like when another person articulates a manifestation that isn't in authenticity to the self, because it feels like another person wastes our time, right? This is often why, like, that ability of doing so creates that robustness in terms of articulating the preciousness of it. Because I keep on seeing that ability, like this is the energy that also understands that we do so. I keep on hearing we do so together or not at all, because often when we don't do something together, it feels like that's when we don't do something together, it feels like we energetically drift apart. And it's in that and I keep on saying like that ability of doing so is one that we articulate, that ability, like how, like it's very much that same feeling about like what happens to one of us happens to all of us, but also in the context of understanding that we identify and recognize and work into the space that allows for that ability of saying that a healthy manifestation should not be one that creates exception. Okay, like a healthy manifestation is one that can be mutually shared, right? And then, like, that's the message that just keeps on coming through again and again. A healthy manifestation is one that is mutually shared. It's one that should be celebrated, one that we all move to together. And often we can tell, like a good calibration point, you can tell as to whether a manifestation you have is in a good space or or in a not great space. Is I keep on hearing care of the self is not selfish if it's mutually shared. If the care that you're willing to give yourself is something that you would give to another person, that is not selfish because it is a generous gift, a desire within the self that one aspires to move towards. If it's something that you want for others around you, that is also a good one, right? Because it's something that is energetically shared. It is the expansion point of the dream that allows for the creation and the ability of it to be shared amongst others, right? So this is what we talk about as it relates to wishes, the wishes that can be multiplied that allow for the calibration point of others to be able to experience them as well. So I want you to think about that a lot right now as you're navigating through any kind of difficulties, right? Working toward, and that's why I said even now, like working through problems, but building into energetic solutions. That ability of recognizing and articulating upon something in such a way that allows for the ability of another, be it the counterpart, to recognize and understand like where you're energetically coming from. And this is the beauty of, again, building in a healthy space, because often when we're not sure about ourselves, we have that counterpart that helps us check, right? It's like that check energy. Am I missing something? like that ability of being able to identify and recognize. And I keep on seeing this is a lot of energy that's also healing from some very deep trauma in the process. So make sure, I keep on hearing, I don't like this is not a manifestation goal. And make sure that you're articulating in a way that feels energetically productive. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The couple of updates before we move into personals today. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the temperance card earlier this week. If you missed that class, it is now available to anyone who is a paid subscriber to my Substack. You just need to head over there and become a paid subscriber, and you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. If you become a founding member, you'll have access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive a complimentary one. You also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a founding member to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there, where you can stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified. You'll also have my access to my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on what to expect energetically as we move through the different lunar transitions. I just wrote one about this recent full moon in Sagittarius, if you'd like to head over there and read that. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase a series, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter today. And Little Vamp, you got second. So you will also have an additional card in your reading. If anyone else would care to get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I am going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But if you would like to get on the list, as I mentioned, the list is open. You can absolutely hold your reading, Bridget. And thank you so much for those beautiful gifts. I loved all those little fish. Hi there, Michelle. Grand Rising. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Welcome, Leslie. Hi there, Eric. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, dear. We just got started. Well, we just finished, Bridget. And thank you, Jennifer, for the follow. I do have room on my list, Leslie. Yes, absolutely. Happy Saturday, Per. Good to see you today. And thank you as well. Yes, shared values and standards create safety. Tap to claim. Hi there, Logan. Blessings to you as well. And Alicia, thank you for the follow. Standards, what are those? We just had a whole conversation on the virtues in our recent temperance class. So I feel like we were having a primer on standards. Just so you know, during the collective from now on, we don't send gifts to get on the list. Yes, that is something that is true that we're doing from now on. So the way that it's going to work is you can gift for readings after the collective reading is finished. Before that, it goes into the contest to get on the list to see who gets the highest gifter. And thank you guys. Thank you as well, user 446, for the follow. Thank you as well for sharing the live, Adina. Mama, the advice you gave saved me. I was in and I don't like this energy. Oh dear, I was able to flip it to what I do prefer, and that made the solution so much better. I am so glad to hear something I gave you helped in that way, dear. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. And Oracle, thank you for those gifts. Hope you're having a beautiful day, Andrell. My earrings? There they are. How you doing today, Cassandra? And Mama, thank you so much for those gifts. Marcus, thank you for sharing the live. Brand Rising Team Mulsana, thank you for sharing the live, Mama. And thank you, Zora, for those heart me's. Please remember, guys, if you're subscribers, to recharge your heart me today if you'd like to have an animal spirit guide reading. Monica, thank you so much for the follow. And BC, thank you for sharing the live. If you're protesting, oh, please, yes, everybody, please be careful, always. Sending you guys so much support. Please, please, please be careful. And channeling, thank you for those heart me's as well. Trauma level up, yay! I know. It does feel a little bit like that, like trauma level up. See, Mike, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. What if we have both placements? Do they cancel one another out? No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately, you might be dealing with if you have a lot of Sag and Cancer placements, it can create some avoidant tendencies. But here's the thing, understanding and recognizing those aspects of the self is how we heal it. Shirley, thank you for the follow, dear. Patience, what's that? Spoken like a true Aries. Joanna, oh, I'm afraid I don't do medical readings here, but I'm sending you so much support on your journey. So much support. This hits home. It's been so frustrating. Sending you support, Bean. Yes, what I thought it would be. I'm out. Yes. The Chrissy, the list right now, we are at 4. So if you get on, you'll be the 5th person read for. It does take 2 to make a thing go right. Bum, 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 bum. Yep. The embodiment part. Tap to claim, Bean. And Catherine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And thank you for that beautiful crown channeling. I appreciate you. It was so lovely. And Lolo, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Discovery, thank you for the follow. And Adina, thank you for purchasing a subscription. Go ahead and say hi in the chat, guys. I just always like to point out, make sure you give Adina a follow. I had a beautiful podcast with them earlier this year, which you can find on their site or over on my Substack. Definitely a little cranky in here. Thank you, channeling, for those ice creams. Oh, thank you so much for encouraging everyone to send me more points, channeling. Channeling, were you trying to get on the list with the crown? Because I think I know that that's the same amount as a baby dragon. Let me just confirm. I think that's a Taurus thing too. I love a canceled plan. No, it is. Tauruses are like that too. Thank you. And thank you, Sarah, for the follow. Very well said. This one's called Sizzle Root. I like that. Grand Rising, Elisa. And Sorsha, thank you for purchasing a subscription as well. Yes, conflict is where I'm at. Feels very one-sided. Sending you support on that journey, Bean. This reading's very helpful. I'm glad to hear that, Purr. Hi there, Metal, Angel. Cool name. Thank you for the compliment on the shirt. Oh, blessings to you as well, Metal. Hi there, Eric. How are you doing today? Thank you for the compliment, Universe. And thank you for the follow. We are all one. Tap to claim. I like that. Age of Aquarius. Mellow vibe. I dig it. Yep. Yes, Bean. Exactly what I wrote them. They don't seem to be fond of togetherness. Ugh. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And good protective sis. Thank you. Crystal, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Helen. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the sixth person read for. It's been a long time since I heard one fully. It explains a lot. It takes two. That realization hasn't been clear. Sending you support, dear. And thank you for the follow, Metal Angel. BC, thank you for those helping me reach my crown goal. And thank you for sharing the live. Audrey, thank you for the heart me's. Hi there. Kirushin, wonderful transmission. Thank you for being here, receiving these messages. Continue to rock on as well. Such an interesting, oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Metal. You're so welcome, Andriel and Bean. Hi there, Heather. Good to see you today. Yep, I was trying to stick with the underwater theme. I miss our fish too. Bring back the lanternfish. I think Leslie did send to get on the list. Yeah, I want to confirm with that because if they were, I know it wasn't clear. So if that was what was occurring, I'll honor it. Hi there, Marcia. Swanee, thank you for the follow. Oh, it was somebody else. Okay, thank you for confirming. Okay, no problem, dear. Oh, I wish I knew who had sent it. I have to check next time. Okay, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list, the first person on the list for today is Jen. Jen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. Oh, BC, thank you. I appreciate that. Were you trying to get on the list with it? All right. Oh, thank you guys. All right. Can I please have, yeah, okay, thank you. Yes, Jess, thank you. I'm sorry. My handwriting, it's two S's, but in the way my terrible handwriting, it looks like an N. Thank you. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right, we're doing a general right now. And guys, we're already at 20.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping the screen and we will get to 50K in no time. All right. Can I please have 4 cards for Jess, please? Highest priority. I mean, there's something there's something I'm seeing that's happening right now. Between you and another person. But I mean, the overall message I'm getting in this reading is I want you to remember you are not cake, which means not everybody gets a slice. It's and it's not like, and I feel like that's really important because I feel like I see someone around you that's like comparing your connection to them to someone else. You know what I mean? And often I gotta stress, like when I see energy in this way, it sometimes it's like when someone is in that space where they try to like quantify, like you can't, I keep on hearing you can't quantify a relationship. You absolutely cannot quantify a relationship. Relationships are unquantifiable. The relationships that we have are different from person to person to person. And that's why I keep on hearing that's why when we care about someone, we don't we don't get into the space of comparing the relationship we have with them to the relationship that we see that they have with another person. Because I keep on hearing every relationship that we've built is precious in that it is separate. And I feel like there's like I feel like I feel like this because it, you know, like I feel like I see someone around you who like it almost feels like something that was not consistent. Like it's giving me a little bit of like dropping in energy, you know? And and I keep on seeing like that, like that's what I mean in relationality to something, which is having to say, like it feels like, and I keep on getting it's not courteous to like perpetually ask for something if you've already articulated your energetic discomfort in giving someone's like in like I feel like that's the thing about it. Like it feels like it almost feels like someone that isn't being respective to how much you've changed or how far you've come. And and the thing I'm also seeing here is it feels like somebody from your past as well. Like it's almost giving me some kind of energy of someone that's like seeing your own process and trying to articulate that they know you better because they used to know some kind of past version of you. But that's why I keep on hearing from your guides like you're allowed to change. Like that is what like we always like everything we do has to be in the space of change. Like every like I and that's why I keep on hearing a healthy relationship is one that celebrates the changes that we experience. We don't we don't take another person changing personally. And I feel like that's the thing that's difficult here, you know? Because I almost feel like it almost feels like I'm not sure why, but it almost feels like someone seeking something that isn't matching your own maturation. And I feel like I'm telling you this because I feel like it's helping you understand why like we sometimes grow out of relationships in the moment. And this is what I keep on hearing from one of your guides. It's not that a relationship it's not that we grow away from relationships when we're in different spaces, but when another person isn't being respective of that maturation, right? If another person looks towards the maturation in a certain way and sees it as a negative instead of a positive, like that's often creating that like impossibility point, because it's like it would almost create a moment that the only way you can perpetuate a connection is if you were to regress. So I think that that's just really important to be mindful about, because especially if this is some kind of situation or circumstance where um like another is, like being passive aggressive to you, or like it's giving me some kind of like cold shoulder energy. Like I keep on seeing like you can't apologize. Like you can't apologize for having matured. But often I will say the one consolation, if this is something that you're experiencing, is while you can't apologize for having matured, you'll often receive an apology when someone does. I'm going to say that again because I feel like it's important. While it's not, um, you shouldn't have to apologize for having matured, but I guarantee you that you will have an apology when someone does, which is the energy that is respective of like finding like someone like appreciating and honoring something that you said to them in a way that feels like it's supportive. Because that's the thing I keep on seeing. Like it almost feels to me like you had a hard conversation with someone, that you were trying to tell them something to help them, and they didn't take it the right way, because they weren't like mature enough to navigate the fact that you were trying to give them some kind of energetic gift. I want to give you bottom of the deck energy, something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, especially with the Tower card in its reversal, you know? It's giving me a lot of energy and relationality to saying like, um, you know, I keep on hearing a message related to the fact that our relationships are conditional insofar as we honor the relationships that are surrounding us. Which it almost feels like I gotta stress this. If this is some kind of situation where another person is like articulating upon the fact that you've got some kind of new priorities in some kind of way, shape, or form. I keep on hearing a healthy friendship is not. I keep on hearing a healthy friendship is not a friendship of obligation, which is to say, like the beauty of a healthy friendship is one that it shouldn't feel. I keep on hearing it shouldn't feel conditional on the responsibilities of what we arrive to it as. Like that's what I meant about you having to potentially like do some work with someone who's got like difficult boundaries, because um healthy relationship is such. I keep on hearing like the vibration of friendship is one that the time we spend together is energetically precious. We celebrate it, but it's not something that we like. It's not something that we like. I keep on hearing like the friendship should not become a fist in the fact that another person demands more friendship, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like that's what I keep on hearing about this. Like there's something about that in terms of like being able to identify and recognize that I just keep on hearing the message of friendship is not a fist, because we don't demand more friendship. And often when we start demanding more friendship, that's often when we lose a friendship. So I feel like there's something important to be stated there, which is why I keep on seeing if that's happening, don't energetically engage. Like I think there's almost a moment where you have to be respectful of another person's feelings and hope the day comes that they're able to kind of meet you in the space of understanding that they weren't necessarily navigating a situation in a way that feels like energetically mature in some way. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Jess. And I feel like if this is not something that's immediately occurring to you, I feel like this is potentially a conversation you need to have with someone. And that's the overarching message I just keep on hearing, which is a friendship is not a fist because we don't demand friendship. And the more that we try to demand friendship is how we lose a friendship, is all I keep on hearing. Thank you so much again, Jess, for having that reading with me. And thank you. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need more these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. Next person on the list for today is user unknown. User unknown, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would care to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. Hi there, dear. All right. Excellent. Hi there, dear. How are you doing today? Really? Is that the case channeling? That's really cool. I didn't know that. All right. Okay. Could I have insider advice on career or services for community? Oh, absolutely. Oh, that's great. Okay. Can I please get 3 cards? 3 cards, please. 1 minute. 3 cards, please, on insight advice, services, or services for community. I feel like yeah, there's something really important um, that I'm seeing in relationality to I'm just going to walk you through a little bit about what I'm seeing here, and then I'm going to start asking for some clarification because there's a lot of heavy energy around something. I'm just seeing a lot of heavy energy. And, I feel like I'm not sure if you do something in relationality to helping others with or through their grief. But a lot of the energy that I'm seeing in relationality to navigating something with or through grief, it says to me that um like the most I keep on hearing practical support, which is saying like some modality or something that you can do that um like helps another person um like be able to get on top of something. You know what I mean? Like the thing about this reading that I'm seeing here, user, is that um and I keep on seeing it's like there's a lot of energy around something which is like trying to carry um a lot of grief or dread. And the difficulty point of navigating, and this is the thing that's hard. like when there's energy that's carrying grief or dread, like what is the vibration that we often carry grief or dread? It can create a lot of those feelings about navigating, like what's the point, right? Like often, like, and I keep on hearing like what that's what trauma says, right? Like the trauma says like there's no point, like nothing is ever going to get better. Like this is just what you have to embody. um I think that in itself is, in some way shape or form, something that you can help through in relationality with something that you're doing from the point of a career or the work that you're doing in community, which is the ability to help understand that the the vibration, I keep hearing, the vibration of dread is the vibration of acceptance, right? And that's what I keep on saying. Like dread and acceptance are the same thing, because it's like the minute you say, "What's the point?" Like the dread has succeeded, right? Like it's creating that space of pushing forward, right? And I think that a lot of the work that you can kind of help with is helping someone else move that feeling into something that feels energetically productive, moving it into something that feels energetically restorative. Finding, I keep on hearing when we find voice for things, when we find an ability to communicate what we're feeling, sometimes in the space of knowing that we're not the only one feeling it, makes us feel that energetic uplift, because it's the identification point that we don't necessarily feel like we are alone. So I want you to kind of, I feel like there's something important. Um, I think there's something really important in relationality to this reading as it relates to your own sense of optimism, especially if you are also feeling this right now, because I keep on hearing, like I keep on seeing some kind of direction and saying that, um, remember when other, like when we are in some kind of space um, of responsibility, others look up to us, right? Others look up to us to see how we're energetically carrying something. Others look up to us to identify like what they themselves should do. So I keep on hearing that like there's something about this reading that's coming through as it relates to navigating um, within one's own um, within one's own majesty is what I keep on hearing, which is to say it is the sense of stability that you give in your own articulation of how things are going. Like if another person is, if like for instance, if there's something that you do and another person's coming towards you and saying like what's going to happen, and you're saying I don't know, like that doesn't necessarily make them, that makes something worse instead of better. But I keep on hearing the ability to have a plan despite not knowing is the ability to articulate and say, we've I keep on hearing, remember, like a plan is we've come up with a, we've come up with a solution regardless of what's going to occur, right? The ability of another person to know that even in the space of the unknown, there is an energetic plan as it relates to what one will do. That's what I keep on seeing is potentially going to be helpful right now, because um, like the unknown creates more of that anxiety. It creates more of that fear. It creates more of that um, I keep on hearing like that ennui, if you will, that sometimes does not encourage others to feel motivated to do something. But the ability to say, I feel like it's giving a lot of I see you in some kind of space where you're giving a lot of pep talks. Like I see you in some kind of space where you're helping, like you're listening, like you're actively listening to another person, and then you're helping to move something they're feeling into some kind of plan of action, like something they can do to almost calibrate for themselves, like almost like I keep on seeing, like helping them through a routine to kind of get them out of some kind of feeling of rut. So make sure that you're having those conversations. And I keep on seeing you, if you've got those who work with you or around you, it might be a good time. It might be a good time for check-ins. It might be a good time to like just kind of reach out and have some moments with someone one-on-one where you just basically say, I want to see how you're feeling. I want to see how you're doing. I know there's a lot going on right now. Like I keep on hearing when there's a lot to be said for creating a safe space or a place where another person can articulate freely about how they're feeling, without, I keep on hearing, without feeling energetically judged in the process. Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially, I keep on seeing, like, especially with the Eight of Cups in its upright, I keep on hearing, like, especially if you do something with groups, is what I see. The thing is, like, I keep on hearing, remember the group mind is often very different than a one-on-one conversation, you know, because often, like, I keep on hearing, like, when there's like a group of people and you're having a conversation, there can be more of an anxiety point in, um, I keep on hearing, like, you know, in saying something that in not wanting, I keep on hearing, not being wanting to be the person that like articulates their frustration. You know what I mean? But that's what I meant about potentially doing something more in an individuated way. Because I just keep on seeing that something about you taking something that has more of a group dynamic and making it more individuated is going to, um, not only help another person tell you how they really feel, but like also is gonna, like, it might get you a perception of something that a bunch of people feel, but they're not expressing because they feel like they're the only one that feels it. Um, and I feel like there is something for you as well about finding finding something that feels energetically productive. Like I see you in some kind of a rut. And that's what I said about make sure that you're bringing some kind of optimism to a situation because like it's very much similar to what I was seeing in the daily collective, like being solution focused instead of problem oriented, not just talking about what's wrong, but potentially providing some like possibilities on something you feel could be done in a better way that may allow for some kind of like massive breakthrough. Um, but the thing I keep on seeing about this is there's really something important. Like it's interesting because like, and I don't want to turn it into I don't want to turn it into a medical reading, but it almost feels like there's something to be addressed in terms of the work that you're doing, having more to do with helping someone from like a mental health perspective than from a functional perspective, which is like giving someone tools to help function better is what I keep on hearing. Like, you know what I mean? Like helping someone with the small things that allows them to be able to do the big things more effectively. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, user unknown. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being Samilayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give readings on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Adam, thank you so much for those gifts, dear. Yes, during the campaign period. That's great. And Christine, thank you for sharing the live. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. My 9 to 5 is helping folks find employment. I've been really struggling with showing up as my best self. Yes, thank you. I was worried this isn't the right role for me, but I enjoy servicing the community. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing. And I feel like that's the thing about it. Like I almost see like it feels to me like there's something about the job that feels frustrating because it's almost like I see it's like it's helping you see like it's like I keep on it's like you're helping it's like you're trying to help energy that's in impossible situations. Like that's the thing I keep on seeing. I feel like there's something about this work that's going to be really informing the direction that you head into. But the interesting thing about it is it's like it's you working through frustration and building some kind of commitment to yourself to like do something in a bigger way, right? Like I keep on hearing it's like you're gonna like it's like something you're doing now is helping you see like the wider problem of something that you want to address because it keeps on feeling like there's something about what you're doing that almost feels like patch energy, right? Which is it's like it almost says like it doesn't feel like it's fully solving like there's a I keep on hearing it's like the problem beneath the problem that is going to become your energetic focal point. I hope that helps and thank you again for having that reading with me. And I keep on seeing like I keep on thinking like the thing I keep on seeing is I want you to think about something right now as fact finding. There's something about fact finding. There's something about this work that I keep on seeing is going to inform you in a big way. And it's having to do with noticing. I keep on seeing like making the connections on the unifying themes that is occurring in a lot of the energy that you're working with in terms of like what needs to be healed to allow the context of something coming towards them is all I keep on hearing. Thank you again, dear, for that reading and sending you so much support on that journey. Next person on the list for today is Helen. Helen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list is open. And BC, can you just confirm, you said you sent the crystal crown? Is that correct? Hi there, Chiefs. How are you doing today? Also, friends, we are at 33.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Hi there. I got you here. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. You're so welcome. This was an individual reading, Tiffany. We're doing, we already did the collective. It'll be up later today on the place where we keep the photos and videos. I got you, dear. All right. Perfect. Do I need to get an outside manager? Okay. So we never leave the autonomy in the cards to make our decisions for us, but let's see what that would bring about. Okay? All right. 4 cards, please. I'm going to draw 2 on the new energy, but then we're going to draw 2 on the partner because I feel like there's something else happening there. Okay? Hi there, Teresa. How are you doing today? Again, Teresa, these are donation-based readings, so if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation. I'm happy to read for you. You'll find the links in my tree, in my bio. And hi there, Renee. Same thing. Happy to do angelic guidance for you on that energy. If you'd like to be on the list, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that has been sent in my bio. All right. And just bear with me a moment so I can put the offer here. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, one moment. Let me just put this here. Perfect. All right. 4 cards, please. 2 cards. Excellent. Okay, you're good with that. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, like these are beautiful cards. Um, but I also like the thing about it is I keep on hearing it's someone to show it off. You know, it feels like somebody. It's like it's finding somebody to help you show something off better. Is what I'm getting. You know, like I keep on hearing you have to think outside the box in relationality to the type. You're not looking for like that. You're not looking for the type of person you brought on before. Like it's interesting because it's saying to me, it's not somebody like it almost it says it's like it feels like I keep on hearing it's somebody to generate interest is what I keep on hearing. It's somebody to like generate a conversation. It feels like it's like it feels to me like I see somebody like working in 2 different dimensions. One just being a presence, but the bigger job or the bigger task is to create some kind of buzz around something or someone who has an ability to I keep on hearing like you need an energetic magnet. It's like you need like an energetic magnet, but somebody who knows how to make something in such a way that it appeals to others to kind of bring them in more effectively. Um, the thing I keep on seeing is what you're doing. There's nothing wrong with what you're doing, but there's no eyes on it. And I almost see someone who's trying to fix, like, I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing, you can't fix an eye problem with a mouth. That's a problem with a partner right now. You can't fix an eye problem with a mouth, which says if someone can't see something, it doesn't matter how many times you change. Like someone being like, "Oh, I know, I'm going to make something that tastes better, or I'm going to make something that's different." You can't change an eye problem with the mouth, which is like if there aren't people seeing it, it doesn't matter how many times you change something. It's not going to generate interest. I keep on hearing, remember, you've got an eye problem, not a mouth problem. Because the problem is I see another person who's got some kind of old way. I see someone who's like trying to like slash prices, is what I keep on seeing. Like I see someone who's trying to like go bottom line, being like, oh no, we just need to carve this down more. We just need to sweeten the offer. But I keep on hearing the situation is not one that you should go lower. It's one you need to go higher. You need to go, you need to elevate. I keep on hearing you got to tell someone, and I know it feels counterintuitive. I keep on hearing it's not a situation of lowering, like it's not like lowering something that's going to generate. It's something that says like you need to make something stand out. You need to elevate it. So I keep on hearing you need to find someone, but more so than the person that you need to find an elevator. Is what I keep on hearing. You need to hire an elevator, which is somebody who is able, like not someone who's like not someone who moves someone parallel to where they need to be, but someone who's able to show something in a way that helps elevate an energetic experience, right? Build some kind of buzz, build some, like I keep on hearing like it's B, like it's giving me like B energy, like which is saying like again, like someone who's able to like and again, what do bees do? They make things sweet. They make things sweet. Like I need you to come here. I need you to come here to make something sweeter. I need you to come here to like show something off in a way that it becomes even more appealing. And that's why I'd say right now, like the thing, and I keep on hearing somebody else is trying to peel things back, right? And I keep on hearing now is not the time to be peeling things back. Like I keep on hearing no bargain basement things. So I keep on hearing like we're slashing prices. Like I keep on hearing no slashing prices or trying to like do something there. Like it's saying to me like you have to look like definitely bring someone on, but I keep on hearing bring on an elevator, bring on an elevator, um, because there's something about that that's going to help, um, like bring like I keep on hearing bring all the I'm not gonna say, I'm getting the milkshake song, but I'm not gonna sing the milkshake song. Bring the people to the yard is what I keep on hearing. So you need that type of energy, okay? Like you need that type of energy is what I'm seeing. So someone it's like I keep on hearing like it's gonna like someone who's gonna give you more eyes because they're gonna show you how to do something in a way that gets it in front of more people. And this is hard because I can literally see someone you're gonna have to fight with that says that's not a thing. Like there's literally like I see somebody you have to fight with of being like, that sounds ridiculous. Like that's the problem with it. Like I see some type of energy here that's almost like going like I can hear somebody being like I'm an artist. Like I can see someone who keeps on trying to say like it's like no I just need to fix the taste. There's no fixing taste if there isn't. I keep wondering there's no fixing the taste if there aren't people there to taste it. So it's not about fixing the taste. It's about I keep wondering it's about elevating the experience. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the King of Pentacles. I almost feel like there's somebody who's trying to bring some kind of you know, there's somebody who's got some kind of old world aesthetic to something, you know? And I feel like the thing with an old world aesthetic is it's a little bit I keep on getting there's something so I can see someone being like if if you build it they will come kind of energy on something, right? Like if you do something and you make it the best and if you have the best thing then by the extension of doing something that is the best then it's just you just have to wait and let something catch on. But I keep on hearing like the thing is like it's not it's I keep on hearing it's like having to gently help someone understand like a lot of your work I see that you have to do right now is helping someone like it's like you have to hold someone's hand delicately and firmly look them in the eye and say I care about you but the world has changed which is like which is saying like I care about you. I care about you profoundly. I care about you profoundly. But the world, like the world is no longer like that. You know what I mean? Like there's no, like the austerity is not what others are looking for right now. Like the like austerity, like it's not, it doesn't like it only it only goes so far. It's like it's only one half of it because I keep on seeing that it's like that, like it's like there's I need to point out I feel like it feels like someone who is still holding on to some kind of niche mentality, which is again like a niche mentality is something that is like it feels like it almost feels like someone who's still going through a lot of like work in Pisces, which is like work the like Pisces, like a lot of the Piscean work is like if you build it they will come in the space of saying like if you do something and you're really good at it then word will get out, like word will just naturally spread is what I keep on hearing. Like this is a lot of the Piscean mindset, like if you do something and you're just the best at it well then logically word will go near and far about the perfect, like the perfect thing, like the perfect thing on the hill. Like if you go there, like it's what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like I see someone who's still very much in this, like, no, we need to get better at this. If I make it perfect, then word will go across the kingdom. Like word will go across the kingdom. It doesn't work like that. It's like it needs. It's like I keep on hearing you have to say to someone gently, "It doesn't work like that anymore, honey. It doesn't work like we gotta put some boom boxes in here. We have to. I keep on hearing it's like you have to like you know a lot of the energy here is more like it's like putting up the boom box and being like make it louder. Like, you know what I mean? Like amplify it is what I keep on seeing. So remember, make sure that someone is not trying to fix an eye. I keep on hearing, make sure that someone's not trying to fix an eye issue with a mouth issue, right? That the issue is not here. It's here. So you have to get someone to help you be seen more, or aesthetically, or do something again. Like it says, it feels like maven energy. You need a maven. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Um, and if this message, Chiefs, and if this message connected to you as well, where'd my pen go? It's very common that those who need these messages are here to receive them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. Great time to get on the list today. The list is nice and short right now. We're also at 39.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. And the next person I am reading for today is, I think Bridget. Actually, Bridget, you said you're holding your reading, in which case, whoever gets on the list right now will be the second person read for, and the next person on the list for today is Crystal. Crystal, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. Hi there, dear. And I'm just going to read over the comments. Hi there, X. Thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Okay. Yes, it was feeling a lot like that, OG. It was feeling a lot like that. Yes, my manager doesn't go in. She's my sister partner and manager. Okay, thank you for confirming what I was seeing. Hi there, backed. Yes, I'm wanting to go in and take it over with someone new. Yeah, understood. This resonates. Slashing prices, Walmart white. Yeah, it's like that. Thank you for the follow, dear. I have someone in mind that has done this in other places. That's wonderful. I hope this message helped then. Grand Rising backed. Yes, I totally agree. Elevating our standards and experience to magnetize experience. Absolutely. Hopping on the rocket. Yes, thank you for confirmation, Tay. Oh, excellent. Yes, my partner. Yeah, the milkshake, it's a good one, right? It's a classic. It was literally I was hearing it like as I was reading. Like I could hear like the base of it. And Nikki, thank you for sharing the live emotional roller coaster. Hi there. Thank you as well for confirmation, Chiefs. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Wishing you the best of luck in that endeavor, dear. Blessings to you as well, Logan. And thank you for the crane, Hardy. You're so welcome, Tay. Yes, we're in a plateau and need to create energy to be seen differently. Great. And doing this will improve things. Thank you. Hard because I have to. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Sending you so much support. Hi there. Thank you. And I feel like there's like I feel like there's something I see you doing in relationality to kind of like, talking like it says to me like it feels like it's a conversation. I feel like there's something that's coming through on that. I keep on hearing Chiefs, and this is coming through from an ancestor. What would you rather be doing? You know what I mean? Because that's kind of the vibration I'm feeling on someone. Like it feels like like I feel like there's something that's coming through from an ancestor saying, don't like say the conversation and saying, what would you rather be doing? Because it feels like that's the thing about it. Like it feels like some kind of energy of someone who's like phoning it in some fashion, right? So I feel like that's like helping them kind of find themselves at this moment may also help that conversation. I hope that helps. All right. I got a general. 4 cards, please. General. 2, 3, 4. The one thing I'm seeing in this reading is I want you to be very conscientious in relationality to like building relationships with reliable energy. And what do I mean by reliable? Reliability is such that um, we don't move towards each other um, only when the feeling strikes, is what I keep on seeing. It's not like it's giving me a lot of energy around you that like I keep on hearing like no more what are you doing kind of situations is what I'm getting, right? Because like when we prioritize the relationships in our lives, we make plans, right? And the reason we call it a relationship is because it gives us perspective on where it's going. And you know, I keep on hearing like all of this energy that is around you in some space that like I keep on hearing like I need you now, which is like someone that is like I need you now is someone who's like articulating upon it, like that's their desire speaking, right? And often energy that needs us now is never there when we need them, right? That's just that's simply like that's simply the space. And you know I feel like there's something really important. um I feel like I see a bunch of relationships that are potentially changing around you right now. But I feel like the reason a lot of those changes are happening is because you're introducing your standards, right? Like I feel like that's a lot of the work that you have to do right now. You have to introduce a lot of energy around you to your standards. And that can sometimes feel like very difficult as we're doing it, right? Because I keep on seeing if these are situations or circumstances where another person like like gets in the habit of just feeling like that you're available to them anytime that the mood strikes. Thank you, Nikki, for getting on the list. um I feel like it's having to like articulate and understand that your feelings and your needs are not a burden to someone that wants and desires the same things that you yourself do. And, you know, I feel like this is really important right now in relationality to conversation because I see a bunch of energy approaching you, but they're approaching you from the point of their desire. And I keep on hearing, I want you is not the same thing as I want the same things as you. I miss you is not the same thing as I'm ready to change. I want the same things as you. So I would really stress that if there's something here where if someone's coming towards you and there's been some kind of time, I want you to remember time does not erase. It's not a chalkboard erase moment. It's a bookmark, right? It's not one of these moments, like it's not some kind of blissful reunion and saying after all this time, nothing my desire for you hasn't changed. That is not like that does not fix something. That does not fix it. It may feel It may feel very passionate, but it doesn't fix it. So make sure that whatever this is, if someone's coming towards you with some kind of like, romantic, like sweeping gestures, like make sure that you're saying, like, what about that thing we were talking about? And if they say to you, oh, you're still going on about that, yeah, you go on about it until, like, your standards are your standards. And I keep on hearing your standards do not dissolve with time. And often, when we're having a conversation with someone and they avoid a difficult conversation, they'll try to move away from it because they'll hope that in the space of us missing them, we'll forget we have standards. So that's why I keep on seeing, like, whatever this is, make sure that your standards are not being swept aside because someone's trying to communicate how much they passionately desire you. Healthy relationship is one that upholds our standards and also, like, moves us in accordance with our passions. They're not mutually exclusive. You don't have to choose one or the other. You can have both. But the important thing is making sure that you're moving in accordance with someone that not only feels passionate towards you, but also recognizes and honors your standards insofar as you're communicating your needs, which is to say that, again, so long as you're bringing your prescription with your emotions, so long as you're not just giving your emotions to another person like a puzzle box to solve, but you're articulating upon what can be practical, productive, and reciprocal that would allow for something to move into a vibration of mutual receptivity, then that is not too much to ask for, right? The manifestation that is mutually shared, the identification of it, it should not feel like a blocker into relationship. And the only thing I'm being conscientious about is I see some kind of situation or circumstance wherein you potentially articulated your needs to another, and another person said, that's too much. You're asking for too much. I'm out of here. And they moved away from you. And if they're coming back now and they're articulating upon their feelings, make sure that the conversation isn't about the passion that they have or how much they still care about you or want you, right? Don't let them feel like they're trying to hurdle over what it was that caused some kind of rift in the first place. It's a bookmark. It's not a chalkboard erase moment. Return back to the manifestation goals. And if they say to you in that moment, you're still going on about that, yes, because your manifestations should not feel like they're an argument debate. They should not be something that another person says, the best I can offer you is this, right? But often when someone refuses to talk about what it is that we want to manifest with them, but they only continue to come towards us from a place of their passion, that's basically what the conversation is. I'm not interested in fulfilling your manifestation need. The only thing, the most I can offer you is passion. So how you navigate that, whether you receive that, make sure that you're not about to repeat a cycle with another person. So make sure that you're articulating upon what those changes are, because an apology is not just saying you're sorry. An apology that is embodied is a plan as to what is going to be different that's going to allow for a new possibility to emerge. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the Knight of Pentacles, right? That's the thing about it. I see a lot of this, like, I see, like, again, I see like, I know how difficult it can be when we want something with another person and then they go away from us and then they start saying things like, I miss you and I want you. But I need to stress this again. I miss you, I want you does not mean the same things as I want the same things as you. If this is energy that you're having some kind of issue in relationality to being able to articulate and describe what it is that you had with them, make sure that they're able to articulate and define what is changed. Because I keep on hearing the healthy relationship, a healthy relationship bears definition. A healthy relationship bears the weight of definition. It allows for the context by which we are able to articulate and amplify and tell others what it is as well. So I keep on seeing, make sure someone is not just trying to have a restart with you, going back to some kind of nostalgic like dream spot that they had when something started, because it's very typical for energy that does not have the same manifestation goals to only want the beginning of relationship, that liminal space where something is undefined. And then as you start to move towards definition, they start to create the problems that don't exist, hoping to be able to go back into that restart. So make sure that you're not having a roller coaster with someone in terms of another person who feels like their manifestation is having all of the bliss of a relationship without the responsibility of it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Crystal. And if this message connected, and I keep on hearing your standards, if someone says you're asking for too much, they want you to lower your standards. You're not asking too much for someone who wants the same things as you. The song you will hear in someone asking to you to lower your standards is, "You're asking too much of me." Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Crystal. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a particular question you would like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. Hola! How are you doing today, dear? Hope you're doing well. All right, just bear with me a moment. And can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right, one moment. Perfect. Also, BC, I think you said that you gave the crystal crown before. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? A dream, excellent. Inside tea or outside tea? And the baby dragons for, let me just read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, friends, we are at 40.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I mean 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a drawing. All right. You're so welcome, Crystal. Thank you for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on your journey. The baby dragon sunshine is found in the gifts. Outside tea, excellent. I'm assuming it's in the Discord. Let me just check. Bum, bum, bum. And also, guys, just a reminder, if you have information that is relevant to our reading, for instance, if you've got a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. All right, where were we? All right. Okay. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. We're also at 31.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We are now reading for Nikki. One moment. All right, where were we? Dreamy Dream from last night. I had a dream where I was at some sort of resort or Airbnb with my partner, myself, and a bunch of people I knew. My ex was there too, which was really annoying. I kept trying to avoid him. But of course, he ended up striking up a conversation with my current partner. I was thinking, why are you even talking to this person? My partner just shrugged, like, he's fine. And I was like, no, he's devious. Then, for some reason, everyone left to get food. And when they came back, I was already in bed. My partner came in, and so did my ex. He wanted to just lay in the room with us, not in like a sexual way, just be there. At one point, he even ended up in the middle while we were sleeping. And I was like, ew, absolutely not. And moved around to the other side to lay next to my partner. Later, I realized everyone had been talking about me while they were gone. And even my ex and my current partner had been talking about me behind my back. I was furious. I stared at both of them down and said, don't talk about me when I'm not there. Don't even speak my name. And especially to my partner, I added, and why are you even talking to him in the first place? Thank you. 4 cards, please. So there's a lot of work that I see this is a continuation on a lot of the work that we've been seeing that's been coming up in your dream space. And I'm glad, this is why I like doing dream work with those like with clients because we can see the themes that are carrying through from one dream into another. And one of the things that we're identifying that's happening is there's a lot of work in terms of healing from a karmic situation. Now, this is why we describe these situations as karmic, because there's clearly a lot of unfinished lessons that were happening between you and this individual. But the problem with karmic relationships, and this is why often we have to carry that karma with us, is another person is not in a state or space wherein it makes it effective to be able to resolve or to heal the karma. A lot of that, I feel like a lot of this is being articulated in the fact that you've got a dream space where you're feeling the energy of the current partner and also the energy of the past partner. And a lot of it has to do, and I want to kind of bring you back to what we were talking a lot about in the daily collective read today because a lot of the conversations that we've been describing have to do with the ability of understanding that the healthy relationship is one that another partner, that our own counterpart honors our standards. They hold our standards as well as we do our own. Now, this is effectively working through the ability of understanding what it feels like to have someone not honor your standards, right? Because even in the space of the dream, like you had the fear, right? This is the fear of the current connection that is coming, that is a result of the past karmic partner. So we see in the space of the dream the occurrence where the current partner meets the past partner, right? And the violation that occurs in that modality is the act of listening, right? The partner that listens to whatever the past karmic partner says. Because you're basically saying to a certain extent that you feel like the partner, the past karmic partner, has a serpent's tongue, which is to say they're devious. You can't trust anything that they say. So that's why you felt like there was a violation of the standards simply in the partner listening to the karmic partner. Because if you had come through a modality of telling someone this person is not safe because the things that they say are not true, then you felt the anxiety in relationality to them even coming in the proximity of listening because it feels like a violation because you know that whatever they're saying to them is probably something that's not true. This brings us into the space about you going back into bed. So this is often talking about healing intimacy wounds. So we see the bed and we're now in the space of an intimacy wound. The fact that your partner brought the counterpart, the ex partner into the room, right, where the bed is, has to do with, again, working through the fear, like the energetic fear of the partner, the present partner, not maintaining standards. But that work, right, that wound itself was something that was created via the karmic partner, right? And this is the thing that we see is really, this is kind of the difficult thing that we're seeing that's happening here, because um, we saw the fact that the karmic partner wanted to just lay in the bed where you and the present partner sleep. And I feel like this is where we start to get indications of the wounds that are the result of the karmic partner and their own perspective on things. Um, those who are energetically devious to a certain extent, they constantly have their guard up. They don't trust anyone, right? So a lot of that feeling of the falsehood of the self, like this is often why we build relationships and we feel like we never know that person, because we never get past the ego. We never get past the ego, right? Those who are too much in their ego, it feels difficult because it feels like we're in relationship with them, but we're never intimate with them, right? It's like that feeling of something that's missing. And it's the experience of having a relationship wherein another person allows you to know them, allows you to be able to come into the inner self. So, this is bringing us into the space of the observation of the partner that didn't want to do anything spicy in the bed, but in fact wanted to do what they would consider the most vulnerable, the most spicy act, which is seeing up two people in the space of trusting one another. That intimacy wound that you're healing with the counterpart, like literally the ability of understanding what it means to be able to build into an intimate connection where you're allowing yourself to be seen, you're allowing yourself to be revealed. This is indicative in the space of sleeping, because when we sleep, we feel safe to be vulnerable. So the fact that you saw the fact that the karmic wanted to come into bed just to watch you sleep and then tried to get in between you is almost like the energy of understanding the relationality to the fact that this is someone who's so deep in their ego that they don't know what it feels like to be able to be vulnerable with another person, but they perpetually and consistently long for it. This is also why we see that there was so much of that energy that occurred in relationality to the argumentation point that you had with the present partner, right? Because that fear, it's like, again, this is a dream that is expressing the anxieties and fears that you're carrying forward from the past relationship into this one. So the ex and the partner, that feeling of them talking behind your back or you being furious, this is a continuation of that lesson that we said, which is, again, often when we're building into healthy relationship, the anxiety that we have in the space of trust is learning how to trust again. And the space of trust is the articulation of another who holds our standards as well as they do our own. So that conscientious point of you effectively saying that you were saying to another person, don't say my name, not even like don't speak it. And especially to, why are you even talking to them in the first place? This is more of that vibration of healing the wound that you potentially had as it relates to the last counterpart. I would not be surprised if you felt like that last partner did not honor your standards, potentially showed one side of you, but then it was the expressed feeling that they may have been describing the relationship to others in a way that didn't match the intimacy that you had with them, right? Because this is working through that aspect of trying to say to someone, like, this is the space of being too trusting, right? When we're in a place of healthy relationship, and we say to someone, I would prefer you not speak to that person, it's understanding, right? It's understanding that point of deviousness is the point that we're trying to protect the counterpart from another, because it's the understanding that like anything that comes out of their mouth is not meant to heal, it's meant to hurt, right? So it's working through the anxieties of having had that relationship in the past where it felt like someone was potentially um you know I keep on hearing like two-faced, or the face that they showed to you was not reflective of what they were articulating to others, that is being expressed in the fears of the present connection. Wherein again, you say to someone, like, trust me, like, trust what I say to you, like, don't patronize me in the space that I'm saying something and feeling like it's going to be okay. Like, that's why I keep on hearing that, like, I need to point this out, like, healthy relationship is one that not only do we speak in excellence to our counterpart, but we also don't stand listening to something that we know is meant to mar them. So that's why I keep on seeing that this effective dream was kind of showing you how those fears have transmuted from the past relationship into this one. So the experience of having that occur, someone that did not honor your standards, and the anxiety or the fear that you're carrying forward into this one, the fear that someone will allow will allow another person with malintention to to twist their own perception on something in a way that they don't necessarily energetically trust you. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the three of, here we go, like three of cups and its reversal, right? It's giving me like that energy of someone who tries to like get in between, right? Like that's the whole thing. Like you're saying to them, like you're trying to say to them, like their whole thing is trying to get in between things, right? So it's like, so even in the space, like that's why I see that the act of them listening was already allowing them to get in between, because in the moment that they listen, they build relationship. And the moment they build relationship, then suddenly, like again, relationship comes in many forms. So even in the space that they're listening to something, they've created a relationship. So it has a lot to do with the anxiety and fear of someone that you know is potentially like trying to carry themselves forward into your life in any way they can, right? Trying to like lean into something. But that's why I keep on seeing that something about that work is the reaffirmation of healing, because it's not even the fact that you're worried about the condition of the relationship presently. You're more worried about someone trying to come in from the outside and drive a wedge between you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person, the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And next, we've also gotten to our 50K milestone. Thank you guys so much for helping us reach that milestone today. I am going to be doing the giveaway, and I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And also, if you're joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. All right. And thank you so much for sharing that dream with us here, Nikki. And thank you for tapping. Thank you as well, Per. The tea. So interesting that you definitely have a theme in your dreams. Oh, I mean, and this is why I like doing the like dream series, because when I start working with clients, we start to see those trends. We start to see the landscape of the dream space. I feel like I've been doing so much healing and moving past it, and my ex is just stuck. And he's still stuck and shows up in my dream space. And this is often what happens when we carry karma, because it's not something that you can fix with them. So a lot of the space, that the reason that's coming up in the dream space is it's helping you heal by identifying the nature of the connection. Yeah, I was like, what the heck is going on here? Why are you even speaking to him? Yep. Showing up, yep. The sharing of the bed is just weird. Well, that's what I meant. Like again, when someone tries to speak to another person in that way, it's like they're trying to share the bed. It's like they're trying to get in between into the relationship, you know? When I was like, "You better not speak to me," he was like, "You're right, I'm sorry." Oh, and that okay, like, and so this is important. This is something that was not included in the message. When I was like, "You better not speak on me," he was like, "You're right, I'm sorry." But you see, that in itself also shows the healing because someone didn't try to articulate against you. It was them observing and being like, "You're right, I shouldn't have allowed that to happen." Yeah. Oh, and thank you. We were in a secret relationship. So even more confirmation on that. Like the side like the side of the intimacy that you were having with them versus what they were telling others. Trust wounds from the past linger for me frequently as well. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Very two-faced. Sending you so much support on that journey, Nikki. Yeah, the 3 of Cups. Yeah, someone trying to get in between you guys. I just had that exact thought and feeling. I don't want someone showing up trying to drive a wedge. And that's why I keep on seeing like anything, it feels like that's the reason. Like they're saying that there's no context by which you feel that energy could enter your experience right now without the intention of driving a wedge. Ironically, you were just speaking about not letting passion override crossing boundaries. No, very true. Very, very true. Thank you, Tay. And 1111 tap to claim. Thank you again. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for supporting each other in the comments. All right. We are going to I guess that's one way of describing it, Cappy. I like that. All right. We're going to do the 50K giveaway now. I am thinking, hold on a minute. I am thinking of a number between one, yes, spiritual fuck. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 52. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in order different than you guys post them. Nope. No. 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 Whoop! I saw it. 1 minute. Where'd it go? Hold on, guys. I got the number. Congratulations, dear. You got our 50K giveaway. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Thank you guys so much for participating. We've got 4 spots left for today before the list will be closed. So if you would like to secure one of those spots, just go ahead and just go ahead and send your donation in and you can have one of those spots for today. Thank you guys so much for participating and congratulations, Per. That was very fast. You did good. I like Per was like, that's fast. That was you. That's fast. That was you. Congratulations, dear. Oh, wow. It was 8, dear. All right. Fig, good to see you. Next person we're reading for right now is BC. Can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question? And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 3rd person read for. I believe you said you'd like a general. Also, let's start doing, I wanted to start doing this. We're going to start doing while I wait to confirm if BC's still here, we're going to be doing a intuition check, okay? All right, ready, guys? I want you, wait, we're not going to do that one. That would be fair. Oh, come on. Sorry. All right. What's the animal? It's not a color. Guess the animal. Okay. Wow. Interesting. 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 We might have to start doing this before we do all of the readings. All right. Last call. Last call. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wolf. I think it's really interesting because Per got it. Per, you're on a roll right now. This is Per's reading. Okay, that's awesome. All right. Congrats. I think Sunshine got it too. All right, we are doing a general right now for BC. Highest priority, please. Thank you. You can't get twisted up in what's not working right now. I need you to remember you're exactly where you need to be. You cannot be off path. And I think that there's something really important here because um I feel like I see you like getting mad about like about something in relationality to time. But I gotta stress this here. Like I need to like you gotta understand that um if you're in a space, okay, if you are in a space that you're reprioritizing, okay, if you have identified the fact that there's something that you like, if there's something that you wish that you could take back, then you have already become the person that would never do so, is all I keep on hearing. You know, it's giving me a lot of that energy because I feel like I just see you like holding um like I see you holding some kind of feeling of frustration or regret about something. And I see you like I feel like I see you really fixated and focused on something in the past. But I keep on seeing like remember when we get too fixated and focused on the past, we miss the energetic present. And I feel like and that's the thing about it. Like I feel like there's something here wherein that happened. Like I almost feel like there was some kind of connection you had with someone and it got damaged because you were too fixated on something in the past. And now they're in the past and you're getting too fixated on trying to fix something in the past. The word I keep on hearing in this reading is focus on the present. The present is a gift. The present is a gift. And when we're constantly in the space, and even in healthy relationship, this is why in healthy relationship, we don't get overly fixated on the past because everything in the past should be something, I keep hearing the past must be a lesson. It doesn't become an armory because when the past becomes an armory, then it creates this like space of saying, well, what happens when the past becomes an armory, right? You get caught in the relationship of you started it, right? You get caught in the relationship being like, well, if you hadn't done this, I wouldn't have done that. And I would have done like it's not about tit for tat. There's no tit for tat in a healthy relationship. And I feel like there's something about this here where, and I feel like I keep on hearing like this is why we don't rise to the challenge when someone's trying to tit for tat us. Because tit for tat energy will distract us from what is for us, right? Like it's giving me a lot of that, vibration. And I feel like there's something really important to be defined in that because I keep on seeing some kind of situation where it feels like you let yourself get distracted, you know? Like when we get too overly focused on energetic I keep on hearing when we get too energetically focused on some kind of tit for tat energy, often the energy that we're experiencing something with says, like, I keep on hearing, like, hate is not this, like, the opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is not hate. So that's why when someone's in a present situation and we're all tit for tatting someone, I just see someone that like quietly stepped away from something because, it's like there's like a bit of this like writing on the wall mentality here. So I want you to be very conscientious about the nature of energetic relationships, which is again, I keep on hearing like let the manifestation goal give you all of the clarification that you need as it relates to another's intention. Because this is the thing that I keep on seeing, right? If you start moving in the direction of something that's for you, and then all of a sudden someone from the past comes back and starts like tit for tatting you, understand that's someone trying to ruin potentially what like the best thing coming towards you, right? That's not energy trying to heal. That's energy trying to say like, you know, don't like don't move on. And I keep on seeing like I feel like that's really important here because I just keep on seeing like there's something about something being unresolved between you and another person. Um, and I keep on hearing it's not your responsibility to it's not your responsibility to try to um like if someone isn't giving you clarity in what they want with like if they what they want to have with you, but they won't leave you alone. Like identify that someone who's like, like that's like it says to me like that's all drama. You know what I mean? And I keep on hearing like healthy relationship is one that we leave the drama at the door. We don't create it. It's not that space that we constantly like stir the pot, but then we don't give any indication on what we're trying to make. But sometimes energy that's like energy that's in a very profoundly like unhappy space will sometimes do that, right? Like I keep on seeing this here. So make sure and especially if there's something here, like if there's some kind of like connection that was ruined in that kind of vibration, I want you to kind of step back from something and really focus on what it is that you're trying to manifest. Like I want you to focus on recognizing what can be healed. And I will also point this out. If there's some kind of connection here that you're trying to heal something, but you can't let go of something, you can't forget something, if there's nothing that you can articulate to another person that they can do to fix it, that sometimes the most beautiful gift that we can do is saying like, I know that you desire to fix something, but this is something that I can't move on from, and that's okay too, right? Like that vibration and being able to say to another person like, look, I know that your intentions are pure and what it is that you hope to resolve with me, but I can't move past that. That is also healing because it allows the one thing you want to avoid. I keep on saying the one thing that you want to avoid is building a relationship where you're constantly feeling like you and another person are trying to get back at each other instead of get closer together. And so I just keep on seeing that there's something about that and being able to articulate like whether like make sure that you're not giving the false impression that something is possible if you've identified that it is unresolvable within you, right? And again, like that is something I keep on hearing that's okay too, because it allows the context by which you can say, I understand. Like, look, I get it. I understand that you want to come back towards me, but I can't move past that. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with the six of pentacles in its reversal. It feels like a trust wound. And this is the hardest thing with a trust wound. The hardest thing with a trust wound is sometimes we wish we could heal it. Like sometimes we deeply wish We can heal something, but it is the conscientious aspect of the fact that I like to describe trust is like paper, right? You can take a piece of paper and you can crumple it up, and then you can do everything you possibly can to try to smooth it out. But sometimes, that even at the best case scenario, when you try to smooth it out, there's always going to be a little bit of that vibration there. And so I feel like that's the conversation you need to be having with yourself right now, particularly as it relates to someone who's trying to come back towards you, even if they have the best intentions. Is this something that is energetically recoverable? And if not, you can articulate and have that conversation with someone, which is to say, you can say to someone, like, look, I appreciate that you desire to fix something, but it's not going to be energetically possible. And that's not something that's going to change. And the best way you can articulate and recognize that that's occurring is to say to yourself, to have that hard moment and say, is there something that someone can tangibly do in order to try to fix this feeling? Right? Is this something that is recoverable? Or is this a moment that we have to kind of recognize and understand that this is just the condition by which we separate, and we separate in a space. So I keep on hearing, we give each other the gift of not giving. I keep on hearing, make sure you're not creating false hope in another, that something is fixable, right? None of this, I keep on hearing, like none of this, like maybe, or none of this like uncertainty. Like, be clear in relationality to what is existing and what it is that can be recovered versus where you and another can effectively part ways, is all I keep on hearing. And because I keep on saying, don't leave someone in some kind of like perpetual state of anticipation, as it were. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, and thank you for that gift. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. The next person on the list for today is Per, but we're gonna do another intuition test before we do so, because that was kind of cool. I'm gonna take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Oh, I know you got a two, Sunshine. Excellent. I know Per is on lock right now. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. It was fun. All right. BC, I left a toxic relationship, but didn't get to say all I wanted to. It's been weighing on me. Well, and again, I keep on seeing, like, and here's the thing I would articulate about that. You can write yourself that letter, because the only thing I'm seeing is, like, make sure if you're communicating, I keep on hearing communication is an opening, not a closure point, right? If you're going to communicate something there, make sure you're not giving someone the hope that something can be recoverable through the conversation in the space of articulating upon it. Thank you as well, Tam. Yep, I like that, Fig. That's a beautiful. You see what I mean with, especially with my throat chakra closing up? Message in the bottle theory, yeah. I found out he cheated and left immediately. Didn't tell him why it feels so unresolved. But that's the only thing I'm seeing that's coming through with those. Like, that's why I keep on hearing, like, there's something about the guides coming through on that, which is to say, make sure if you communicate, like I keep on hearing, remember, communication is a door. So make sure that you're not like opening the door of communication and communicating something if you're trying to tell someone that, like, you don't need to tell someone a door is locked, is what I keep on hearing. Stand up. Yeah. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah, even iron and starch can't flatten paper out. It's true. Be good to do on a full moon. That's true. Or new. I mean, I mean, actually, like, honestly, that might be better for like a new moon activity. I would argue. I would argue that's like a new moon energy. I think that's a huge part of it, is about trusting your intuition. Yes, with the yes. Thank you guys for supporting each other. It really does. It's something about the physical act of writing it. No, it's like, but here's the thing about it. Like, I feel like there's something about moving that writing into the manifestation space. Um, like being able to say, like, this is what I would prefer, right? And then like articulating how that hurt you. I hope that helps. Don't need to tell someone the door is locked. Yeah. When you tell someone, like when you tell someone the door's locked, you're just tempting them to open it. Is what I keep on hearing. New moon is a new start. I see that too. All right, so friends, we're going to do the next person on the list is Per, but we're going to do another intuition test before we continue. We're also at 60K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. All right, I've got an aminal. I've got an aminal here. Let me know what your thoughts are on the animal that I'm holding, and we will see if you're correct. All right, I'm going to count to 10, so make sure that you get those words in. Aminal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, let's see what we got. OG, I feel like OG, you cheated. You just wrote bird. There's a lot of birds in here. There's gotta be, come on. Excellent. You did. You got it, Nikki. You got it. Wonderful. All right, guys. Next person. We'll do that. We're going to start doing that more. It's fun. All right. Next person on the list right now. The bird. I see you, OG. I was feeling the penguin at first. Oh, you had black and white, though. You were like, that was the crane. Excellent. It's all right. It's okay. I mean, there was water on the card, Chrissy. Okay. All right, the next person on the list right now is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Also, if you want to get on the list right now, now's a great time. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more. For my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do angelic guidance here, highest priority messages from spirit. We do life path readings. We also do pet readings. All right. Let's see what we got. Per. Not a dream. Is this outside tea? I had a number in mind and then you said animal. But Bridget, you always post like goofy things. You always post goofy things when I'm doing those things. I'll be like, I'm looking for numbers and you'll be like, yellow. Yeah, cranes in store. I mean, like, I feel like, is a stork a type of crane? I need my son here. He's good at this stuff. Yeah, I wasn't sure what animals are in the deck. Neither am I. I have also, I like to point out, I also am learning. I don't know what all the animals are. I also enjoy the journey of discovery. All right. Jellyfish. I like jellyfish. Okay. Like I was like 15. Honestly, it's actually interesting. Yeah. I feel like the crane comes out a lot. I love the crane. It's beautiful. Okay, Per, is this outside tea? I'm just waiting for Per to oh, it is outside tea. Got you. Not very tea-like though. Excellent. I got you, Per. And now's a great time if you want to get on the list because the list is nice and short. We've got 4 spots left and you'll be the second person read for. All right. Cool. Not a dream. I feel stuck since I came back from Sicily and Spain and picked up my kitty cat. Like I don't have any more manifestations left, or the ones I have are already flowing. I'm kind of bored and try to keep myself busy, which helps actually. I'm done with therapy sessions as well, according to my therapist and myself. May I have some advice from my guides on how to get back on track with some fresh energy? Okay. 4 cards, please, for Per. Yeah, I already know what's coming here. Creativity. It's time to be creative. I mean, there's something about the manifestation that says that this is a great time for you to be endeavoring in a new creative outlet. Just straight up. I don't know if I don't know if you're someone who's artistic, or I mean, I feel like there is something that you used to do long ago. Returning back to it is what I'm saying. But I feel like I keep on hearing like something about the door to creativity being open for you right now, which is like often like I'm getting like a lot of like like they're saying even now that there's something about pursuing creativity like opens doors that we don't know exist within us. And um like a lot of it is saying to me like I see a little bit of ineffable energy around you right now, which is saying to me like what do I do with this, you know? um and I just keep on hearing like there's something about like they're giving me a lot of this like if you do something for the joy of it, you're going to find experience, which is saying like something about being able like that like the the joy of art is often the space that um we don't I keep hearing art should be weightless is what I'm really getting. Like art should be weightless, which says it's something that we're able to do. Like the more that we feel weightless, um, the more able or capable we are to do something energetically artistic, because we don't put a lot of expectation in relationality to what arrives. We just leave ourselves present for the experience of creating. So I keep on hearing that there's something about you being in a little bit of a weightless energy right now, and that's going to like effectively allow you to be able to create in a way that you haven't created before. Um, and I think that this is important because I also feel like there's something about you reclaiming something in the past that you used to do, um, that you were putting too much pressure on yourself in doing. Like that's the thing about it I'm seeing. It feels like something where you were putting a lot of pressure on yourself. You were like, you were coming into some kind of space where I keep on hearing like um not doing it for yourself or potentially having to do something for others is what I keep on seeing. Um that you know Like, that's what I keep on identifying, like, this is what I mean in terms of, like, some kind of energy of reclamation right now, because there's something about being able to return back to something, but to do it just for yourself, to do it in a way that feels like it is entirely, I keep on hearing, like, the exploration of the self in the process. Like, I feel like it's almost like something that you're taking an external journey and you're moving it internally, that's like allowing for um, like some kind of ability to create something in the context of giving voice to something that you've been having a hard time searching for. And I feel like that's what I'm seeing. It's like I feel like there's something you used to be looking for on the outside that you're now finding on the inside. Like it feels very much like hermit energy. It's giving a lot. I know it sounds like it's a cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason. Like it was inside me all along. You know what I mean? It's like I keep on hearing it's a cliche for a reason, right? Because it talks about like often the internal journey is one that we start to begin to our trust to ourselves. And in the space that we start to trust ourselves, we don't feel like we're seeking. It feels more like we're finding, is what I keep on hearing. Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the especially with the 5 of Pentacles. Like that's like, like it is with the 5 of Pentacles, like bottom of the deck. I keep on hearing there's something about you being like, I was going about it all wrong. You know what I mean? Like I just feel like there was something that you used to do in the past that you were like looking outside of the self for inspiration in some way. And this is you, like this is what I meant about like it feeling like some kind of homecoming, because I just keep on seeing that something about you working into the context of, like, I keep on hearing not looking outward but looking inward, and almost being able to like, I keep on hearing allow art to help interpret something for you, is what I keep on seeing. Like the simple joy of doing something to see what comes up is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing, remember, art can act as a channel for helping us like see things within us that we could not recognize, right? Like there's something important to be said about getting things on paper. So I feel like this is definitely, like, it feels like I see you kind of developing some kind of routine or practice for yourself that, like, I just keep on seeing, like, it's also giving me some kind of like energy and relationality to like watch never boils. Like, you know what I mean? Like that that's always the funny thing. Like it's in the moment that we start like saying like I want to go solo. Like it's like the moment that we go like I want to be alone. Someone's like, "Hello." Like I feel like there's like a lot of that type of energy here, because there's something about that I keep on seeing that feels like it's just making you more comfortable with yourself. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it's helping you heal from any kind of lack in relationality, something that you were seeking, like 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 it's like I almost feel like it's like raising the quality of where you're like, I almost feel like it's almost like some of that energy too, where it's like you utilize that to come into connection with others that are doing so similarly. Like that's what I keep on hearing. It's the solitary act that becomes a door as it relates to others that also do that work, is what I keep on seeing. Right? It's like it's like it's giving me a lot of like extroverted introvert kind of energy. Is what I'm getting. Extroverted introvert, which is like let's all get together and then not talk to each other, is what I'm saying. Like let's all get together and not talk to each other. Some kind of energy in that modality is what I'm getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. It's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person. You'll be the next person. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being Smilayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. The list is open if you would like to get on the list. Also, if we are going to get started, hold on a minute. We're going to get started on 1 card readings for subscribers. Just bear with me a moment as I read over some of Per's questions. I like that. I feel this. Hold on. The vacation blues, I always get that after I come back for one. Understood. According to my I like that too, according to my therapist. Arrows, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I feel like this relates to me as well. I was thinking about reading books more. I love that, Riley. I love a good project. Yep. That's a hard thing to find something artistic to do. I love to have home projects. Well, and I keep on hearing, remember that, like, I keep on hearing art comes through many forms. Like something that we, something that we, a project. Thank you, dear. Like something that we invest our time, effort, and energy into. I keep on seeing like it allows for a lot of that arrival into something is what I'm identifying. Like I keep on hearing like this is a lot of that new project energy or something that you can put your time, effort, and concentration into. Yeah, thank you. Blessings. Astral projection went wrong 20 years ago. Oh, wow. Really? That's intense. And some chick, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I wonder if this has to do with the Lilith placement. It's a good question. I just watched that show Behind Her Eyes, and ever since then, I freak out about astral. Oh, I haven't seen it. I don't even know anything about it. I'm not looking for a relationship, that's for sure. Sending you support per. I do know what we mean. Solitude can be very healing. Tap to claim, Cappy. Paul, I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. I'm trying to have enough joy by being myself. Yep. You could get together and not talk. Exactly. You're so welcome, Per. I will dive a little deeper into this and I'll try to remember. Of course, dear. Hi there. How are you doing, Marakai? Good afternoon, KJ. I'm planning on it after seeing your work, actually. I'll take my read. Oh, you're going to take the reading. Wonderful, Bridget. Wonderful. Excellent. All right. And Just Ghost, thank you. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And thank you for that beautiful crown, Per. Listening while I cook. I like that. Can I have a summertime reading? What's coming in? Absolutely. Can I get, and if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Hi there, Alan. How are you doing today? All right. Oh, hold on a minute. 4 cards, please, for Bridget. What's coming in for Bridget, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. I feel like this is just like, I just keep on saying this is like a summer. Like I keep on hearing like this one's for me, you know? And I like it because and the funny thing about this reading, and I like to see like I feel like there's energy like this. Like I see some kind of manifestation coming in for you next year. And so I feel like there's like a bit um like there's something about the vibe as it relates to this summer, which is like it's giving me a little bit of this like does as one pleases kind of energy, you know? And I like it too because it almost feels like I see you like savoring a bit of that does as one pleases energy. Like I just kind of see you in some kind of vibration where you're very much in that modality where you have, I keep on hearing like the luxury, the absolute luxury of being able to do something um simply because like you can. And I keep on hearing like there's something coming through from your guides that says like savor it. Like the reason I keep on hearing like savor it is because I feel like there's some kind of manifestation that's coming towards you. And I feel like there is like a little bit of this like presence that comes through as you're going through some moments right now, which is to say, like, it's going to be different. Like, I almost hear like it's going to be different, right? Because I like to point this out, like, and the reason I'm saying that there's something interesting about this energy that I'm reading into is I keep on hearing it's going to be different, which is to say that I feel like next summer, like I see you potentially in union with someone. Like I see like there's almost like that vibration of being able to savor something in the context of being able to have, I keep on hearing, being able to have the luxury of doing something, um, like simply it's like it's giving me like cat energy in like all the best ways possible, because like like I keep on getting like a cat energy, like you do as you please, you know what I mean, like you don't necessarily need to. I keep on hearing the nice thing about being in cat energy is you don't need to check on anybody, you don't need to check on anything, you know what I mean, like you just like, here I go. um And so I keep on hearing like this is the energy of you like embracing, like this is the energy of you embracing like your cat energy, because it's like the cat energy that just like I keep on seeing it like wakes up and goes, what do I feel like doing? Like what do I feel like doing today? Like where do I feel like going? I think I'm just gonna like do. Like it feels like there's a little bit of that kind of like there's a little bit of that energy there, but it feels like I keep on hearing it's like savoring it, because I almost hear you saying to yourself, like, I keep on hearing it's gonna be different, which is to say, like, it's almost like I feel the fact that there's a manifestation coming in for you, because like, I have to point out, like, when we're in energetic union, like, we can't necessarily, like, when we're in energetic union, it's harder to be in cat energy, is what I keep on seeing. When we're in energetic union, it's harder to be in cat energy because it's like the energy of someone being like, "Where are you going? Where are you going? Can I come with you?" Like, which isn't, but that's why I keep on hearing like it's not that it's negative is what is all I keep on hearing. Um, like it's not that it's a negative. I keep on hearing it's gonna be different because it's the space that like it's like the vibration of a relationship that like you're not necessarily like it's the ability of like I keep on hearing like the energy of union that says that like it's like I just keep on seeing like it's that's why I keep on hearing like I think it's interesting that it keeps on saying it's going to be different, because it's not that I like the fact that they're saying it's going to be different because it's not a qualifier. You have to understand it's like not a qualifier between like positive or negative. It's like I almost see you like savoring and appreciating the time with yourself in a way that you haven't before, with the observation of the quality of enjoying something, in relationality to the fact that once you enter like partnership, like that changes. It's not like even in the space of like even in the space of energetic union, like I keep on hearing it's like I keep on seeing like it's like I feel like this is like I feel like next summer is more you being like a house cat is what I'm getting, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like it's not that your energy's changing. I just see you more in a space that like it feels like there's something that like feels like it's more like it's the identification of you effectively like finding some kind of home is what I'm seeing. But that's what I mean about it. Like it feels really beautiful in that way, because I keep on hearing it's going to be different, because I like it because it's talking to me about a relationship that doesn't change you so much as it changes what you're energetically interested in. Bottom of the deck, Yeah, especially this is what I keep on seeing right now. Like this is it's funny because I started reading into this summer and they're immediately showing this summer in comparison to next summer, which is why I was hearing like this is confirmation on what I was really reading, which is saying like it's not that it's better or worse, it's just going to be different, right? Because I kind of see this space of you kind of like this is the energy that you're in that feels more like the does as one pleases kind of energy, right? Like the ability to kind of just like go wherever the wind carries you and feeling a lot of that positive vibration, but that this is going to be different, that we're what we're seeing here has more to do with the space of like I keep on seeing like it's not the fact that you change, it's just like I see that there's something that like that moves into a space of you having a lot of interest or being very much like prioritizing something in a way that you haven't before. So that's why I keep on hearing I like this because it's talking to me about the healthy manifestation, right? It has to do, it's like the energy of pursuing interests. But here we see that you're pursuing the interests of the self, right? And here we see you like, staying much more in a space of creating something or being interested in putting your effort into something that feels like I keep on seeing like it feels more like an embrace is what I keep on seeing. It feels more like that comfortability of holding something. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. If you get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. Great time to get on the list. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We are also at 78.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And just bear with me a moment. And see, Mike, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yes, I feel blessed because I can make my own hours and work from anywhere. That's so beautiful, Bridget. Yes, I've been feeling very good and being lazy lately. Exquisite. Yes, exactly, Tay. This is great. Agreed, per. No kids, no obligations unless I make them. Tap to claim. It can change on a dime. So, yes, I totally understand. Sharing space. That's great. High union, buy cat energy. Here's the thing about it. And that's the thing I loved about it is that it was showing me cat energy, but it was showing me the difference between a domestic cat, which is why I loved it when I drew the bottom of the deck and we saw that Queen of Pentacles sitting under there, going with the flow, tap to claim, Tay. It's been a long journey with just me, and I've become more grateful for it. I enjoy it now. Sending you so much support, Bridget. Yes, I'm savoring every day, like building something. Exactly. And Luca, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You're so welcome, Bridget. All right, we're doing 1 card readings. Just a reminder, if you're a subscriber and would like an animal spirit guide card, please make sure that you're recharging your heart knees. Can I get 1 card, please, for Ruby? We've got our 2 of Wands in its upright. I feel like there's something to be said in relationality to, like, I feel like this is you communicating. This is you reaching out. This is you like advocating for yourself in a way that you haven't before. You know, I feel like there's something really important that's happening in terms of being able to, like, I keep on hearing, like, speaking up for yourself and advocating for yourself is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the 2 of Cups in its reversal. I just keep on hearing a good relationship is not damaged by a clarification question, right? It feels like a lot of that conversation and making sure that you're on the same page with another person, right? I keep on hearing just so that we're clear, right? Like it's giving me a lot of that. It's giving me a lot of that work. Like I feel like it's you kind of putting that effort in to say like, look, I'm doing everything I can to try to facilitate something being easier so that there's no way of like miscommunicating. Thank you. One card, please, for Ruby. Yeah, this is the swan energy, right? Like giving someone the benefit of the doubt until there's no doubt, like making sure that like not getting your wires crossed in some way, shape, or form, right? Being able to try to like smooth something out, but at the same time, like, I keep hearing everything is a lesson, right? It's like no like water under the bridge, but also like this is now the new direction based upon what's occurred. Thank you so much. Per bottom, yep, bottom line, next summer everything will change. Absolutely what we were seeing in that reading, dear. Hi there, Phoenix. I'm having an excellent week. Hope you're having one as well. Hopefully I can move into my soft. I feel like this is the summer of your soft girl era, Bridget. I really do. Hi there, Rosalind. How are you doing today? Chrissy, one card. Hold on, one card on what's fun, upbeat that's coming in the near future. Hi, one card, please. Um, I mean, this feels like a little bit of vacation energy. This feels like something that you build for yourself in terms of giving yourself a little break or something that you can look forward to. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the hermit energy. I feel like there's something important that we're identifying here as it relates to you kind of doing that work in like prioritizing. I feel like this is you kind of prioritizing yourself in a way that you haven't before, like being able to like make those plans, right? Like I keep on seeing that there's something about this, like you're healing from some kind of lack space as it relates to appreciating and feeling like I feel like this is you like showing up for yourself in a way that you haven't before, right? And finding that ability of becoming like really comfortable in your own energy that's going to kind of raise your vibration as it relates to how others come towards you. One card, animal spirit, please, for Chrissy. Yeah, especially with the air dragon. Um, I feel like there is something about this um like I keep on hearing if you feel like you're going through a rut, give yourself something to look forward to. Like make those plans, right? Don't like no a healthy manifestation is no waiting, right? It's keeping oneself busy. It's keeping oneself motivated. So if you're not feeling like that's something present, give yourself something to look forward to. All right. One card for Heather on love, please. Guys, make sure you're recharging your heart needs. If you would also like an animal spirit guide card. Um, healthy love does not make you an energetic doormat, is what I keep on hearing, right? And again, I keep on hearing like this is why we talk about emotions aren't enough. It needs to be about identifying like where something is going. And I feel like this is important because make sure someone is not trying to replace clarity of intention by just talking so much about how many feelings they have for you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, feelings are not a map. Feelings are not a map, right? That's why like articulating feelings does not heal situations of requiring clarity. So if you're asking someone like where the direction somewhere something is going in and all they're doing is telling you how much they care about you, remember like don't let them confuse it. Like emotions are not directions is all I keep on hearing. Hold on a minute. One card, animal spirit guide for Heather, please. Yeah, especially with the so. Don't let the emotions distract the conversation. Like stay on subject is what I keep on seeing. Nikki, one card highest priority, please. Especially with the King of Swords in its reversal. Um, I feel like there's a lot of work that you're doing right now in the space of identifying just how much another person hurt you. And this is hard, right? Because it's like, when we're authentic and we see someone who moves inauthentically, like the thing that becomes so painful is often that modality of looking at something and being like, where was the truth? Was it all a lie? Right? I feel like a lot of the dream space is helping you like sort out um like the value and significance of building into a relationship with someone that's energetically virtuous, which is to say, like the ability of identifying someone who you don't need to question what they're saying because their words match their actions. Bottom of the deck, yeah, there you go, King of Pentacles. I feel like a lot of the dream space was also showing you that, right? Which is like the difference between energy that we identify is reliable because they keep to their own code, right? Like that's the code of like someone who keep like energy that's chivalrous. I feel like energy that's chivalrous has a code because it's like it's the space of saying like I show up for myself. Like I don't just do anything to get the things that I desire. And so I feel like even again like there's a lot of that space that your dream space is occupying and trying to help you resolve some of the injuries that can occur with someone that doesn't move towards us with chivalry. Um, one card, please. Animal spirit guide for Nikki. Yeah, especially with the stag energy. Like that's the thing I keep on seeing like that's why I love it because the funny thing I'm seeing is like it's like I would do anything for love, but it's like that's the thing about it. When we truly are in a space of love, it's not about the fact that we would do anything for it. We honor it by saying that there are things that we would not do, right? And so I keep on seeing that there's something about that work that's being identified as it relates to love being carried in a point of honor, which is the ability of holding another standards for one another. Thank you so much, Nikki, for having that reading, and thank you for being a subscriber. One card from Hazel. Ooh, I like that, Bridget. Oh, here it is. Uh, are you bothering her? Have you been bothering? I feel like it's weird. It's giving me like a little bit of like, leave me to my business. Stop asking so many questions. Let me be. I don't know why I don't know why. I feel like I see someone, it's giving me a little bit of like, leave me alone, mom kind of energy. You know what I mean? Bottom of the deck. Hold on a minute. I got to get to the bottom. What's going on here with you two? Are you guys fighting? Like I feel like I see like I'm a grown up. I feel like there's like I mean like it's giving me a lot of energy that's almost saying like um my job is to take care of you, not the other way around. I don't know if you've been like doting on them or something like this. Like that's the funny thing about it is I feel like I don't know why, but it feels a lot like someone who I feel like are they looking for somebody? Like they're feeling like I feel like I mean, this is giving me the energy of someone who's looking feeling frisky. One card to clarify. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, especially with like the boar. Like that's the funny thing about it. Like I'm getting some kind of energy off your cat that says like mind your business. Don't worry where I'm going. I feel like it's giving me like I feel like I don't know why I got the sense of a cat that's like trying to get out of the house or trying to go meet someone. Like it's giving me like something about like trying to energetically meet someone is what I keep on seeing. I got to tell you, there's another card hidden here. Yeah, especially with the blackbird. You know what I mean? Like this is interesting. Like there's something going on here. Like I feel like it's it's giving me like it's giving me like a little bit of energy, which is like almost saying like it's like it's a conversation about privacy coming through, which is saying like it's almost like someone trying to articulate like their desire for privacy in some way. But that's why I'm laughing about it because it feels like it almost feels like teenager energy, you know? All right, thank you. Animal card for Estevan. Absolutely. We're just looking for an animal card today, Estevan. We can definitely do that. Can I get an animal spirit guide card for Estevan? No, Esteban. All you have to do if you want to get an animal spirit guide card is you have to go to the gifts and heart me. When you heart me, you join my team, and then you can get an animal spirit guide card. Phoenix, thank you for the gifts. Amir, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Thanks. I've been so angry with the world lately for everything, and that's what I keep on seeing. Make sure you're communicating that in productive ways. Is what I keep on hearing. Productive channels. So, Amir, all you need to do if you would like to have a reading um, is that's so cool. They do coffee readings. That's really cool. I think those are fascinating. So, if you'd like a full reading, you just need to send the donation via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. If you would like a one card reading, you become a subscriber, and that entitles you to a one card reading. And some chick, your subscription's ending soon. If you'd like to renew, you're so welcome, Chrissy. That was your first dragon card. I like the dragon cards because they're about getting perspective, right? Moving away from something, being able to see something in a better way. So that's great. Did I interrupt today's sign correctly? Esteban, did you write that correctly? Riley, thank you for the follow. Phoenix, air dragon, ironic. I'm a Libra in dragon type energy. I can be nurturing and protective or also or want to bite heads off. That is very Libra. I like to point out all the Libras I know. I'm like, I always like the Libra. I'm like, you're not. You have to be like working through like not being Batman. Like Libras like to get into like that Batman mentality. You're so welcome for the reading, Heather. Hi there, Kay. Good to see you. Oh dear. Yes. One card, please. I feel like it's almost like some kind of energy of someone who hasn't been honest about their feelings related to you, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I keep on hearing like it's hard, like, you know what I mean? Like I keep on seeing someone being like, it's hard to look at you. Um, was there some kind of relationship vibe between you and them? Is what I'm seeing? Because I keep on hearing someone say it's like hard to look at you because they've got energetic feelings. Um, Good to see you, dear. Highest party for Kelly, please. Um, Make sure that you're having like trust your intuition on some things right now, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like you're doubting yourself. Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the star card and it's in like bottom of the deck. So I keep on hearing your vulnerability is a gift, right? You get to use discretion as to who you're energetically vulnerable with, is what I keep on seeing. And if someone's not holding that as an honor, then it's like, you can kind of like, I keep on seeing like you can, especially, you know, it's saying to me like it has to do with some kind of like honest conversation about being able to, I keep on hearing your emotions are not a burden to someone that appreciates, like, as long as you're bringing your own prescription. So I keep on hearing, um, make sure you're having a productive conversation, like through something that doesn't make sense, you know? Um, Hold on a minute. It's giving me like a little bit of like thinking cap energy. Yeah, especially with the Ren, you know? Like, don't, like, if someone, I keep on hearing healthy energy, um, like articulates upon, like, things that make sense. And that's the thing. If something is confusing, trying to get deeper into a confusion and just finding more confusion, like, let the confusion be the closure, right? Like, make sure you're having a productive conversation and relationality to what feels energetically practical versus what feels like it's not, is what I keep on seeing. All right. Yep. You're so welcome, Nikki. She said, put the weapons down. Yes. She's been bothering me. I'm like, what do you want? That's interesting because, like, it's funny because, like, I know you're saying she's bothering you, but it's funny because it's the energy that was saying to me, like, oh, you know what it is? Oh my gosh. It's giving me a little bit of like, how do you like it? It's giving me a little bit of how do you like it? Like, it feels to me like they're trying to say to you, like, if there's something where, like, I don't know if you were like doting on them in a minute that they wanted to be left alone. Like, I almost feel like it's a little bit of this energy being like, do you like like, that's wild, Bridget. Oh my gosh, that's really wild. Like, oh my gosh, that's funny. I do bother her back. That's what I meant. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for confirmation. Oh, that's wild. 1 moment. All right, 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. You're so welcome, Nikki. I know, I don't know either, but I just made them go away. I didn't like, I don't know what that's up with that. Cats are always on their own side quest. No, it's very true. It's very true. She has been staring at this one bird all day. That's so wild because we had the blackbird come up. It's like they're looking at me, mom. Like, that's wild. Oh my gosh, that is so wild. And you had the 2 cards coming through. May I have 1 card, highest priority. Hold on a minute. All right. 1 card, highest priority, please, for Haley. Um, yeah, a lot of this, like the 8 of swords in its reversal. I just keep on seeing, you know, it's very much, I feel like I see you overcoming some kind of hurdle in the space of recognizing, um, like, letting go of some kind of narrative of people pleasing, like working into some context of what feels energetically practical. I want to give you, yes, Tashina, the list is open if you'd like to get on the list. Yeah, here's like, this message isn't coming through. You know, you know, there's something important in relationality to identifying and recognizing, um, like, what feels energetically practical like particularly in relationality to like I keep on hearing like no last minute plans. You know what I mean? Like there's something about that. Like there's something strong coming through about that in relationality to when we appreciate each other, we make plans ahead of time. We don't wait for the last minute because I keep on seeing like we're not we're not each other's consolation, right? There's something about saying to one another that it's respective to make plans ahead of time because it's the conscientious nature of being able to articulate um what like that's why I keep on hearing someone's like, "Are you available?" Being like, "No." Like, it's just saying to me, like, there's something about, like, navigating the last minute, which is to say that, like, it has to do like, that's why I need to point this out. This is why we're, last minute for energy that is, that's effectively articulating, like, what we do in the moment versus when someone is built into the space that we understand where we are in relationship to them, we can take on things at the last minute. But when someone's trying to come towards us and they're always just like what are you doing right now? Like it can sometimes feel like we're not here to fill in the gaps of activity between another person prioritizing something else, is what I keep on hearing. Okay. And let me just confirm one card. Can I please get an animal spirit guide card? Yeah, especially for like the seal, like your manifestation right now is you are the prize, which is to say energy that prioritizes you will like make plans with you ahead of time, is what I keep on hearing. I'll creep up next to her and watch her until she gets annoyed. You guys are there's a couple like I mean, there's definitely something about the energy of the bird that's also bothering them, but I feel like it's because they wanna get out there. Like, I kept on seeing, like, some kind of energy saying, like, "Let me out," but I can also see the fact of you being like I feel like it's they recognize that you're not gonna let them. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like it's like, "Let me" like, it almost feels like a little, like, "Let me go get them" kind of energy. Alright. And Tashina, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. All right, just bear with me one moment, please. Okay. You didn't what? Oh, okay. Did I interpret today's sign correctly? Okay, now I can read it correctly, Esteban. The reading was accurate. Yes. Thank you guys. Okay. Excellent. And Tashina, are we going to be doing a general or do you have a specific question? Can I get can I get a card for Esteban about the sign? I feel like there's something about the sign that um I mean, I gotta like it's interesting to me because it says that um it feels almost like it feels like there was some kind of sign about the fact that someone like sees you in the wrong way, if that makes sense. Like it feels like some kind of sign about another person's distorted perception of you is all I'm identifying here, if that makes sense. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, and like that's the hard part, right? Like that's the thing about it. And I keep on hearing like it's interesting too, because I'm not sure why, but I keep on hearing like check your Lilith sign placement because it almost says to me, you know, like we project how we feel about another person when we're not doing the internal work. And so I just keep on feeling like there's something about that sign that is like it feels almost like it's giving you confirmation that you're moving in the right direction because it's showing you the fact that another person sees you in the wrong way, if that makes sense. Thank you, Esteban. Okay. It's it's something it's something really I keep on seeing like when I was reading for that Kay, it feels like someone that is projecting something onto you and it feels like it's triggering them, which is again like I just keep on identifying like there's something like like it's giving me some kind of energy of someone who's like I feel like they're going through something. You know what I mean? And I do feel like it's something in the space of being able to like articulate upon um like like how whether you guys hold the same things dearly. You know what I mean? Like it does feel to me like there's something oppositional that's occurring between you both in terms of like um them not necessarily like articulating their feelings to you in some way, shape, or form. Especially as it relates to like their own, like, I almost feel like their own beliefs in some manner or fashion. And Ghost, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. It's a long story, but that makes sense. Thank you. Black, thank you for the follow, dear. Yes. I got you, Tashina. She's like, Mom, they're watching us. Yeah. Yes. Go away, Mom. You're embarrassing me. This is too accurate. You're so welcome, Haley. Could you please? Yeah, you can absolutely get a moderator reading, okay? And if anyone else wants a reading right now, we've got 2 spots left before their list will be closed. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Rachel. Yes, oh my God. Appreciate you as you're so welcome, Haley. I'm glad that helped. Yep, a relationship reading. I got you, dear. All right. So we're going to take a pause right now in the one cards. And we're going to be doing that relationship reading for Tashina. Just a reminder, if you would like a one card reading, you just need to become a subscriber. Also, if you go ahead and I'm going to probably, yeah. We've got 2 spots left today if anyone else would like to claim a spot. Okay, a relationship reading for Tashina, please. Relationship reading for Tashina. Just bear with me a moment. Just want to check something. All right, just bear with me a moment, please. All right. Hold on a minute and we'll continue forward with those readings. One second. All right. Can I get 3 cards, please, for Tashina on relationship right now? This is interesting. You know, um, I feel like I see some kind of work that you're doing in as it relates to relationship, you know, and I like it because I almost feel like you're looking at relationship, um, in hold on, you have another card coming through. Like I feel like there's some kind of energy right now in relationality to relationship that feels almost like I see you kind of identifying and recognizing um what feels energetically productive, you know? Like this is saying to me I just keep on like this I feel like that it's wanting to be in a relationship where you don't necessarily need to explain how you feel is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing like the desire to be in a relationship that does not require one to have to explain oneself is all I keep on hearing. And the thing about it that I think is beautiful is um, we don't need to believe. I keep on hearing we don't need to believe everything that we believe. That it doesn't have to be the same in order to respect it. Is what I keep on hearing. Um, you need an energetic protector, and I everything I because I keep on I'm like it's giving me a lot of the energy too of understanding that um, empaths, like especially those who are very empathic. Um, you know, they have this tendency of driving towards those that need help is what I keep on saying, right? Like this is hard for those who are empaths is often the energy the energy that moves towards empathic energy needs um energetic support to a certain extent, right? And it can sometimes create those moments of exhaustion as it relates to like the space of another. Like I keep on hearing a healthy relationship is not one where we need one another. We are supportive of one another. And I feel like in some way, shape, or form, like this is saying to me that you're going through that experience where it's requiring you to um I keep on seeing like having to have very healthy boundaries between like the relationships that feel like they're supportive to you versus energy that I keep on seeing versus energy that feels more in the space of being demanding, right? Like I keep on hearing like in this like you should not hear like the support that we give each other is one that feels productive, you know, because it's one that I keep on seeing. It's like you're helping another person help themselves. You're giving something to another that they're able to do for themselves. It's not a lot of that energy that says, do it for me, is what I keep on hearing as it relates to relationship, because there's something about working through that in some capacity that feels like a breakthrough. And I think that this is hard because I feel like you're starting to get better at discerning between a relationship that feels like it is supportive, someone that I keep on seeing like meets you on a level playing field and says like I am also doing this work, right? I stand on my own 2 feet. I understand and recognize what it is that I'm working on versus I keep on seeing some energy or some past relationships wherein it felt more it felt more like energy that was coming towards you in some way, shape, or form to fix something. But this is why I keep on getting this, because you have to remember we don't we don't look towards counterpart to fix us. We fix ourselves for counterpart. So I want you to kind of think about that, because I feel like there's a lot of this shifting that's happening for you energetically. And I feel like some of it is having to navigate like the space of disappointment, right? Because, you know, that space or that directionality wherein like we articulate upon like how it is that we energetically work towards one another. I just keep on seeing like the hard part for you in some relationships right now is I keep on hearing everything you need to know about a healthy relationship. Like comes in the space of another that's able to honor your standards, which is the ability to be able to articulate upon something that you feel is important and not having to continually repeat yourself as it relates to what you do and do not feel comfortable with. I want to get to the fourth card here. Yeah, and this is the hard part I see with some of the energy that you're going through right now, because I feel like these are some experiences in the past that led you to question yourself, that led you to like doubt yourself. um and that's what I keep on hearing, like, remember that, you know energy that's supportive of us does not need to believe everything that we believe in order to energetically protect us. Which is to say, like, I take your word for it. I don't need to necessarily understand everything you do, but I trust your intellectual judgment on things. And I feel like that's really important here, because everything I'm seeing as it relates to relationship is like, make sure. And I feel like in this way, that's what I meant about allowing a manifestation to help you through any like obstacles as it relates to um, building into healthy connection. Because if you're articulating what it is that you're hoping to create with another, and they're telling you that you're moving too quickly, they like, I keep on hearing like there's never we are never in more danger. We are never in more danger with someone than with someone that says, let's just see where this goes. Because when someone says, let's just see where this goes, either one or two different things are happening, which is, let's just see where this goes, either is going to a space of saying, someone saying, I don't know what I want. I'm looking to you to be able to articulate upon it. Or it's an energy that says, I have an inclination, like this is, I'm not looking for anything that's going anywhere. I just want the experience of building into relationship without any of the responsibility of it. So I keep on hearing, if you're doubting yourself in some way, shape, or form, let that manifestation goal guide you in the direction that you should be headed. And I keep on hearing the healthy relationship is one that your feelings should not feel like they're damaging it. Like the ability of going moving towards a manifestation goal that is mutually shared is one that you're able to articulate upon it together. So if and I feel like there's something about that, like having some kind of hard conversation, right? That hard conversation that you may be avoiding is going to tell you everything you need to know in relationality to as it relates to relationship. Because I keep on hearing a healthy relationship is fortified by a hard conversation. A healthy relationship, if there's a lack of clarity, will also always meet the lack of clarity with clarity. But if there's a situation where you're articulating the direction that something's headed and someone's saying like we're not ready yet, I keep on hearing the difference between a plan and a pipe dream is a date. And you don't need to necessarily have a date. You don't have to give it an exact date on when you can expect something, but you have to like make sure that you're on the same timeline. Because I keep on seeing that there may be an issue that's happening between you and another person where someone articulated that they have the same manifestation goal as you, but making sure that you're on the same timeline in relationality to when that'll occur is very important here. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with the Knight of Cups in its reversal. Um, I feel like there's something really important there, um, as it relates to another person, like communicating their emotions. And I keep on hearing, you can't, the way, like sometimes, like emotions, like we don't give our emotions to each other. Um, like we don't, I keep on hearing, like we don't drop our emotions on each other like a bag of bricks, right? We don't just tell someone that we have feelings for them and then leave them holding the bag in relationality to what that means. So make sure that you're not having a conversation where you're asking for directions and another person just keeps on telling you how much they mean to you. Motions aren't directions, directions are directions. But sometimes when someone does not want to give clarity on the direction something is going in, when you try to ask them where something's going, they'll just basically try to show you emotions as evidence of the fact that something is real. So I keep on seeing, make sure that another's emotions aren't distracting from the conversation, which is saying, like, look, I respect the fact that you have a lot of feelings for me, but feelings aren't direction. Direction is direction. Where is this going? This is what I'm looking for in partnership. Do you want the same? And I keep on seeing if someone is like, make sure someone's not waxing poetic in relationality to how much they mean to you, but not giving any clarity on what you're supposed to do with it. Because sometimes that's the energy that becomes like emotional quicksand, which is the complication of the emotion, wherein someone's saying like there's a lot of it, but it's not going anywhere, which makes you feel like you're just like, it doesn't feel like a gift. It feels like an energetic burden. So make sure that someone's giving you their emotions responsibly because when we care about each other, we give each other our emotions responsibly, which is to say, we talk about the fact that we have a lot of them, but then we talk about what we're supposed to do with them, what we expect to go, where we expect to go with them. Okay. like what are we supposed to do with this? Thank you so much, Tashina, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in the private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we're reading for today is K. Megan. K. Megan, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? And just bear with me a moment. All right. Hi there, Kay. And just bear with me a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. 1 card, highest priority message for Fig, please. Um, I feel like, again, this is saying to me, like, this feels like a card of connection. If you feel like there's plans that need to be made, be the person making those plans. You know, yeah, I feel like this is helping you get out of some kind of rut space, you know, giving yourself something to look forward to. Animal spirit guide, please, for Fig. Yeah, especially with the cat energy, don't wonder or wait why someone's not reaching out to you. I keep on seeing like be the like if like maybe someone's feeling the same way as you, right? Not wanting to impose. So make sure that you're being productive as it relates to extending invitations in relationality to something that you're working towards. Thank you. I keep on hearing it doesn't hurt to ask. It's a man in the window, so imagine it's personal for her. Yep, I got you, Fig. And Shanti, thank you for subscribing. Black, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Kay. Thank you for confirmation, Tashina. Hi, Grace. Good to see you, and thank you for getting on the list. We've got one more spot today if anyone wants to claim it. 100%. Oh, we hit 100K. Amazing. You're so welcome. Hi there, Kay. Yep, friendship with that person, please. 4 cards. 4 cards, please. Highest priority messages, please. This energy's all over the place. You know? I don't think it has so much to do with you. You know? Like this is giving me like hot and cold, like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Um like I see like it feels like I see some kind of energy that feels like they're struggling with some kind of lack of direction, you know? But the thing I'm identifying here, and I think that this is the thing that I think is important, is um, like there's a lot of anxiety that I'm reading around someone, you know, and the thing about carrying too much anxiety is it can create a space of like I just keep on seeing like a lot of projecting, you know, like there's a lot of this like hypersensitivity around someone energetically. Um, and I would be like, it's giving me a little bit of this energy too of like, what did you mean by that? You know what I mean? Like, it's, I feel like I see someone that's very anxious about building healthy connection with others. And the thing I keep on seeing in some kind of context is I see someone who's been hurt before, right? And the thing is when we've been hurt by others, we can get very um conscientious in relationality to um like getting I keep on seeing like building into um a connection. But that's why I keep on seeing that there's almost something about this that feels like it feels like reactive in some way. which is, when we do something in such a way that we're able to, um, like we're able to stay consistent as it relates to what we articulate versus what it is that we do. So I would not be surprised if this is a type of energy that like articulates upon something and then says that they change their mind, right? Because like everything I keep on seeing about this, you know, it feels like it's a lot of this like start or stop, which is the ability to like move into something, and then as soon as they make plans, like feeling the anxiety of the plans, and then like scrapping the plans. Like there's a lot of this type of energy that I'm seeing. So, you know, make sure, like I would almost say like make sure if you're seeing something around someone that doesn't make sense, like you can almost say like, is everything okay? Um, because I keep, and I feel like this is what's really important about this. When we're in a healthy space, um, we articulate upon like what it is that would be energetically beneficial. We articulate upon like what it is that we need that feels energetically supportive. Um, we don't. I keep on hearing like we don't pull alarm bells is what I keep on hearing. Like we don't articulate from a place of energetic distress. So make sure, like if you're feeling like there's something around that, like if it feels like there's something about like someone coming towards you or pulling back in a way that feels like confusing, um, a health I keep on hearing a healthy relationship shouldn't require you to get out a magnifying glass, right? A healthy relationship shouldn't require you to have to like dig into what's going on. It should be in the trust of saying, if there's something wrong, you'll tell me. Because even in that space of, I keep on seeing like someone moving in some kind of way that's confusing, um, like that in itself, um, should be, I keep on hearing like respective of healthy boundaries is such that we don't, I keep on hearing, and I think this is important here, we don't push someone away and then articulate that we need them to come back. We come into the space of apology. We come into the space of talking about what's productive. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the magician energy, you know, like I keep on seeing, like that's what I mean. Like I feel like you've changed in some way, and you're no longer, I keep on feeling like there's something about your journey where I see you moving in a more productive way, right? You're not dwelling on things so much. And when we're not in that space of dwelling, like I keep on seeing like, when we don't dwell on things, we articulate what our needs are. We just communicate openly about them. We speak from a place of embodying our truth. So, you know, make sure that you're saying to someone like, look, you know, I'm trying to honor where you are, and if you need something, like tell me. But I'm not gonna feel like I don't want to feel like I have to pursue what's wrong in order to make something right. Like a healthy relationship should be one that we just communicate upon what we need. We don't, like I keep on saying, it shouldn't create a space that feels like we have to chase after someone to figure out what's going on. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kay. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. The next person on the list for today is Grace. Grace, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you'll be the second person read for. Hi there, dear. Oh, dear, yes. Were you on the list yesterday? Can you just confirm your name, expensive? Excellent. I just need your, oh, thank you. Emily, I've got you. Yep, I'll add you on today. And the list is now closed. Okay. All right. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over the comment. Oh, we also got our 100K giveaway. So everyone pause because we're going to do the giveaway. All right. Good to see you, Anne. Debs, thank you for the follow. Les, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Zoe. How are you doing today? And good to see you. Hardy, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Okay, I'm in a space of taking action and not panicking anymore is what I keep on seeing. She's a good person, but I worry about her. Yeah, that makes sense. I shouldn't, but that's what I mean. It's giving me a little bit of like, if there's something wrong, you'll tell me, right? Like it's like it's saying to me like there's something about that like, and I need to point this out. Like when we're in a space, like I just keep on hearing like when we're struggling through something, we articulate how we're feeling. We don't require another person to chase after us to figure out what's going on. I got you, Grace. Cool. Oh, that's kind of you guys. Thank you guys. You guys depend whoever wants to go first. Also, but before we begin, I am going to do the 100K giveaway. So thank you guys so much. Ooh. I am going to be thinking of a number right now between 1 and 45. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Bridget, you got it. Congratulations. All right, we will do that again if we get to 150K. Grace, could you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Yep. Well done. Career and love. Okay. So we're going to do 2 cards on career and 2 cards on love, if that makes sense. I was going to get salmon. I love it here. All right. Can I get 2 cards, please? Okay. Got it. And 2 cards. Yes. I think the key, I feel like the key word around something is thought. You know? Like the key word is like, I keep on hearing like the key word is thought. Um, there's something I keep on seeing, there's something really important right now. I'm hearing around feels good is good. I just keep on hearing there's something really important about feels good is good. Um, specifically because I feel like I keep on seeing like there's some kind of deep similarity I'm identifying between something that you moved away from versus something that you are moving towards that I feel like the guides want you to take into consideration, you know? Like they're giving me, and I keep on also saying don't get energetically frustrated if this is like somewhere that you aspire to be. Because I also feel like there's something like I keep on hearing there's is something coming through right now in relationality to locationality is what I'm also seeing, you know? Like I'm not sure why I keep on hearing like words like portability or the ability to kind of like I just keep on seeing like the ability to be portable or the ability to move around or I also am getting like there's something coming through about being patient right now because I just keep on getting the message that there's something coming through and actually I'm seeing now is the time to apply for something because there's going to have to be a decision that you make in relationality to an opportunity and I keep on getting it's interesting because I keep on getting the message that you're going to be really grateful that that didn't come through because there's something else that's coming that feels even like better for you, you know? And that's why I keep on hearing, I don't want you to get frustrated right now. I want you to be looking because I keep on seeing that like there's something coming through like right around this time that um it's I keep on hearing it's not going to be the thought I wanted. It's going to be like I definitely want. Is all I keep on hearing. It's not gonna be like the thought. I keep on hearing it's not that energy that says I thought, it's gonna be the energy being like, no, no, this is what I want. Like this is the thing, is what I keep on hearing. Um, as it relates to love, this is wild. Like you've got a lot of like synchronized energy happening right now in relationality to work and love because um I definitely I feel like there's something that you're going through right now. One moment. I keep on seeing I feel like there's something that you're doing right now that feels very much like the integration of your journey, which is allowing you to kind of not like I feel like the ability of you kind of being your authentic self, both in the workspace and in the relationship space. Everything is being cleared for you right now because I keep on saying never before have you been so authentic. Never before have you been like in a space of just kind of embracing your own true self or your own true nature. So make sure that you keep on doing that work right now. Like, make sure I keep on hearing, don't stutter about who you are. And I keep on seeing, I don't know why, I feel like there's something about that last opportunity that was causing you to stutter. You know what I mean? Like, it was causing a little bit of that energy of being trying to like, I keep on hearing, like, trying to fit in or something about like having to I keep on hearing like having to drift a little bit away from your own authenticity in order to experience it. And that's what I mean. I keep on hearing like the mantra for you right now is I want to say who I am out loud, which is the ability to say something from a place of pride, to say something in a way that feels like you're not necessarily like there's nothing like it's unabashed energy. So I feel like I want you to kind of recognize that because I feel like not only is that something that's happening for a big part of a relationship right now, you being able to like speak your truth in a way that you haven't been able to before, but also in being able to do so and in being, I keep on hearing, being in some kind of space or situation that doesn't make you feel a need to like humbly apologize for who you are. right? Like almost like the energy that says like, "Oh, you'll keep that down here, won't you?" Like, you know what I mean? Like it's like a little bit of that energy of like working through something to an extent that like makes you have to like apologize for who you are. And that's what I mean about there's something coming towards you that I feel like is going to be exciting because I keep on hearing it's like it's not about thought you want it. It's going to be like this is definitely for me. Like this feels like a good fit. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. I keep on seeing like what's hard about this work right now is like in order to find the place that you fit, you have to enter it in the space of saying, I don't desire to fit in. Like it's like, you know what I mean? Like that's the hurdle about it. Like you're finding what's for you by being authentic in the space of articulating the fact that you're not necessarily worrying about fitting in, right? I feel like that's the energy of you kind of like being very like owning your eccentricity or talking about something in a way that feels like it's a benefit. So I just keep on seeing that like your ability of doing so, like it feels like it's the space of confidence because it's the confidence of being able to like I keep on hearing define yourself, to be able to speak towards yourself in a way that you haven't been able to before. So I keep on seeing again, like continue to like move towards that vibration. Like I keep on hearing they're not choosing you, you're choosing them. And in that space of like choosing them, I keep on hearing like you're also going to say, I prioritize energy that prioritizes me and wants the same things as me, which says like your manifestations are not a negotiation. If someone doesn't see you for the gift that you are, like that's their burden, not yours, is what I keep on seeing because it's like I keep on feeling like it's a little bit of that energy of like even navigating something that's moving away from you and being like it's a shame that they missed the opportunity to work with me is what I keep on hearing. I want you to start kind of saying that to yourself. Like, it's a shame that they missed the opportunity to work with me. Thank you so much, Grace, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. Got you. Understood. And I keep on seeing like slow, like again, like you can move with expediency, but not feel rushed is what I keep on getting. Yeah, don't I keep on seeing like, yeah, don't let it affect your confidence because it does feel more like, yeah, I've been concerned with putting, yep, understood. I understand, Grace. Wow, I almost said synchronicity is abound right now. Finding love, new yet to find a job, sending lots of love. Thank you for supporting each other. I chose to share some of my private. Oh, wow. You chose to share some of your private info with your guy. Understood. And Hina, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. It's making me nervous. It would have been very process driven. You see, there you go, very regimented. So it was already putting you into a space that it wasn't good for your headspace. And you hadn't even gotten it yet. Tired of apologizing. It needs to fit, but not too tight. I like that. I feel like I'm leading in my relationship more, but lacking in my search. I want to save money now. Okay, got it. Not spend out of nervousness. I've been pressured in my relationship to move. I've not been. Okay. I'm visioning very different things while reading your sentence. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm curious about that. All right. The next person on the list right now is Emily. Emily, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And and it's interesting too because that's what I mean about the message coming across both the love, like both love and work, which is like I am finding confidence in my authenticity, right? Like that's your mantra right now. Hi there, expensive general, please. 4 cards. I feel like there's something in relationality to like doubting yourself here, you know? I feel like I see some kind of energy that, I feel like you've gone through like a massive shift recently. And a lot of that is, I definitely feel like it's having an impact on your relationships because I feel like I see some kind of situation where you're appreciating yourself more than you ever have before. And I just gotta say this, like when we start appreciating ourselves more than we ever have before, like the first feeling that often will start to emerge is frustration, as it relates to how like to how others like take advantage of us, you know? Like this is the hard part about a healing journey is a healthy healing journey. Um I am going to pause for a moment because expensive indicated that I froze and I think it's very indicative to this reading even in that space. So can you just let me know, expensive, if you can still see me? Okay, good. I'm glad to hear it's back. Like that's I feel like I see you on some kind of healing journey, that you're looking back on something in a different way and you're seeing something that you couldn't see before. And I think that I want you to understand like that's a sign that you're moving in the right direction because I feel like there was some kind of situation or circumstance wherein you were over internalizing something. You were blaming yourself. Like I feel like there was something kind of situation where you were like blaming yourself for someone not choosing you, for not being able to like, show up to another person, like somebody like, like, and I keep on hearing like when we're not in a healthy space, right? I need to point this out. When we're not in a healthy space, we'll often get mad, or we'll get devastated by the fact that another person didn't choose us. When we mature through it, we get upset in those moments because it feels like we haven't chosen ourselves, And I feel like that's the kind of situation that I'm reading upon something here, right? It's the arrival point and understanding the difference between energy that feels like what they're bringing forth to us is something that feels like it's conditional, right? Like that modality or those moments where energy is demanding and we feel like we're constantly scrambling into the space of another's approval. But this is why a healing journey isn't easy, right? Because sometimes we go through a healing journey and we look back and go, you know what? I didn't deserve that. Right? Like I didn't deserve that. And I wasn't choosing myself in those moments. So, if you're feeling like that, I feel like I've got a message from your higher self that says healthy relationship honors boundaries. Healthy relationship doesn't punish us for having them. Healthy relationship, um, when we articulate how we feel about something, it is respective to saying, I appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know. I will respect that going forward. But what can be really difficult is unhealthy energy will continue to push back on something that we articulate as a boundary and try to make us feel like it's unreasonable for having one in the first place. So I want you to be respective of that. And I want you to be respective of the fact that if you're seeing something in a way that you didn't see it before, I keep on hearing sometimes we need to get distance from situations in order to gain perspective. And I want you, if you're feeling like you're getting that perspective, I want you to let it fortify you, right? I don't want it to create anxiety in you. Like that type of clarity that you're receiving, that's confirmation that you're moving in the right direction. So, you know, let that be one that you communicate in a productive way. Because I keep on hearing the message. And remember, courtesy is not someone trying to be nice to you and insisting the fact that they're being nice and then getting upset that you're not letting them be nice to you. Courtesy is another person respecting your boundaries. Courtesy is it is not nice to insist. It is not nice to to push against something if another person is being like respective of what it is that their needs are. We care about each other by honoring each other's boundaries. And we don't I also hear we don't have to explain our boundaries to one another, right? Like that's the beauty of it. Like we don't need to go into detail as to why we feel the way we are. We allow that context of being energetically respective as it relates to respecting each other's wishes. So I just keep on seeing that, you know, if you're going through that, if you're doing that and another person is reacting wildly to it, like that's often all the indication you need as to why you needed to set a boundary in the first place. So make sure that you're honoring yourself, make sure that you're honoring your feelings, and remember your emotions are not a burden to someone that wants the same things as you. But when you're communicating from a place of like unhealthy relationship will always make you feel like what you're asking is unreasonable, even if it's the bare minimum. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, and I keep on hearing like we don't we don't fix things by going away from stuff. We don't fix things from going away from stuff. We don't say like, it's giving me almost some kind of energy of someone potentially like we say what we mean and we do what we say. We don't say things to get our way, which is to say like we don't create the ultimatum of trying to say that if you articulate your needs another person just like splits to try to like unconsciously teach you like to punish you for ever like articulating them in the first place. So if someone's doing that, let them keep them like they don't come back in. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me a lot of that energy of someone like potentially trying to make you feel like 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 we don't like our needs do not change if someone puts proximity from us. So if someone is like put you in a space where they're not talking to you because you tried to state what your needs are, make sure when they come back that is not a chalkboard erase moment. Make sure that's a bookmark. You pick up exactly like because they're going to come back and say, "Are you finished yet?" And be like, "Are you finished?" Like this is not like distance does not change standards. Distance fortifies them. So make sure if they come back, it's not like it's not a situation of saying like, "Okay, that's over. We just can continue forward." We pick up exactly where we left off because I keep on hearing, especially if these were some kind of situations where I keep on hearing healthy things are not destroyed by asking directions, right? Healthy things are not destroyed by asking direction, they're fortified by them. And if this is a situation where like something feels like it was damaged because you had the sheer nerve to ask where something was going, remember that isn't a failure part on your part. That was being able to see the clarity and truth of another person that wasn't moving towards you with clear intentions. So I keep on hearing clear intentions. Let the clear intentions guide you forward. Thank you so much for having this reading with me, Emily. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. You're so welcome, dear. And thank you for coming back for your reading. I appreciate you. I'm going to take a minute to read over the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. You were fine. Didn't even skip over here. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Rosa. I needed to hear that too. Thank you. Thank you for confirmation on the reading, expensive. Yes, healthy relationships are not punitive. I'm going to pin that. It's beautifully stated. You're so welcome, dear. Sending you so much support. All right, final call for any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled today, who would like a card pulled. Also, please, if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of that, just make sure to recharge your heart me. I also want to let you guys know, if you missed the daily collective read, it will be up on the place where we keep the photos and the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. Carmita, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. All right, I got you, Ava. Card on how to embrace sacred rage. Ooh. It's okay to be upset about things. Healthy relationship has room for our rage. Healthy relationship has room for our rage. We can be held even if we're upset, but often unhealthy relationship will punish us for having feelings, right? Look for the relationships that embrace the rage, because it's the ability of being able, like, healthy relationship is like shares that feeling, right? Doesn't punish you for feeling it. Yep. Right? Like, again, when we are in healthy relationship, we protect the rage of each other, right? We share it. We share it, like the rage becomes common because we embrace it in the same vibration. So let that define who you hold closely to you, in the ability of being able to express a frustration, and another person who's able to share your sympathy about it. Hi there, Theo. So again, I need to point out, and Theo, we never look at the cards to direct we never put our autonomy in the cards. But let me get clarification on the energy you can expect in that direction. It feels like solidarity, like much like we saw in relationality to Ava. I feel like the ability to be in the presence of those who feel the same way as you do feels like, it's like, I feel like you get the energy of solidarity. So being able to articulate upon something that feels like it helps you move through something in a way that feels like it is energetically, like positive to a certain extent. Because I keep on hearing, like, it's interesting because it's a connection point between you and Ava's reading, in terms of, like, again, feeling that space of being held as it relates to feeling something frustrating, but feeling it shared across the expanse of other energy. All right. And and bottom of the deck, Tower card, right? Like, yeah, it is like the energy that feels like it's restorative, because it is articulating your care for something, is what I keep on seeing. I owe Ava and you an animal spirit guide card. Ava, your spirit is the earth dragon. Again, you're seeking the relationship that holds you in your rage as easily and as well as they would if you did not experience it, right? The energy of the protector that honors your rage. And Theo, you've got the fox, right? Like it feels like, let me put this somewhere that like, this is going to stop me from doing something. It's like, I feel like this is you being like, I need to put this somewhere. It's what I keep on seeing. Thank you, and Theo. All right. I got you, expensive. One moment, please. Can you pull a card, highest priority, please, for Michelle? Absolutely. Um, Make sure you're communicating with energy that understands you. You don't have to explain yourself to everybody. Access to you is a gift. It's not a it's a privilege. It's like, yeah, your vulnerability, like, you are not cake, is what I'm getting, right? It's like the ability of understanding that, you get to decide, like, healthy relationship is one that feels like it's mutual, in the space of understanding that it's a space that we hold and share with each other. um Animal spirit guide card, yeah, the hind, right? Like, it's working through the space of saying that your energy is precious, and if someone's not holding it preciously, they don't deserve access to you. Expensive. One card on detecting. Yeah, especially, here's the thing with like the cast, like we want to be conscientious about the idea of feeling like energy is cast towards us. Um, like focus on what feels energetically positive, right? Don't allow the context of feeling negativity to hinder you, right? I keep wanting to point out, like, I want you to think less about something as being cast versus sensing disturbances, right? Like that's the difference. Right? Like, just I feel like you're very in tune with being able to sense disturbances, which is again bottom of the deck, right? Don't let it feel like it's directed towards you. Think about it more about the space of like just noticing it, like being present to it, but not being hindered by it or bothered by it, as it were. I hope that helps. Thank you, dear. Ava, I would say anger that comes from a higher self and is transformational. Beautifully said, Ava. Tap to claim. Excellent. She got it. You're so welcome, Michelle. I'm a somatic, I'm a somatic practitioner. I have to fight it off. Again, I keep on seeing like, but also like I'm seeing again with like I keep on hearing like, especially with the Three of Wands, healthy boundaries, right? Not feeling so much about the fight it off is what I see. Like don't put too much force against it, because sometimes that can create like more energetic disturbance, if that makes sense. I know I already had my reading. Is a spirit animal card allowed? I recharge my heart meter. Yeah, of course it's allowed if you recharge your heart meter. You're so welcome, and Theo. Um, the salmon, right? Like working upwards towards something, finding the confidence to do so, finding your voice, continue to move in that determined fashion. I keep on hearing you're not going to miss anything that's for you. Continue forward. Oh, you got an extra card here, Grace. Yeah, especially with the fire dragon. You got an extra card popping up. It's like, and if you can't find the will to do it out of spite. It's like, keep on seeing. Like, let the frustration fuel you forward. Is what I keep on seeing. Like the frustration is fuel in the rocket ship is what I'm getting. You're welcome, dear. If that doesn't, I like the fact that your guys were like, if that doesn't work, do it out of spite. I love it. I love it. My friends, final call for anyone who is a they do. Um, anyone, so just a reminder, anyone who is a subscriber who has not had a card pulled, final call. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Substack. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, simply head over to my profile and activate the bell. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow, because sometimes this app doesn't like to tell you when I've gone live. Also make sure you have notifications turned on. Thank you. Yes, that is first gear Libra rising. That is exactly what that is. You're so welcome, Bridget. If you became a subscriber today, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel and introduce yourself to the collective. You will also find there a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our Substack class subscription. Our next class is going to be we just had our temperance class, which is available there. Our next class is Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. We will be studying the devil card. But this is a great time to join, because now you've got like a whole month to be able to catch up on classes. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for sharing your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you for all of your help today. I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.